Hey, this is on. Howdy. This is stream number 284, and I'm still setting up the stream. So that's why the task above me says starting up the stream, because I haven't yet finished setting up the plan. But it's 11 o'clock for me, so it's time to start. So what I had in mind for today was doing visualizing of the pathfinding in my game, sort of as another tool when in future debugging of pathfinding and search functions in the game. So this came about back here somewhere. Yeah. Hey there, Nui. How are you doing? Hi. So this came about as a suggestion from Toulouse way back when. Looks like at least 16 days ago. Too bad you can't display all the costs on the tiles with some debug button. Well, let's try to do that. So let me actually take that from that day and paste it here for today. So we want to get some visual feedback in the game through the rendering system of either a path or a search result in the game. So that entails a bunch of different things. So we'll need to publish the tiles involved in a path find or a search to the rendering system so that they can be sent on to the GM through the GM's camera. So the GM will be subscribing to debug tiles through its camera component, and then we will be taking the information that will arrive with the rendering system in the front end and actually rendering it in the front end. So probably something like different a shading technique with a number to sort of give a visual indication of where the path is and what the costs or total number of moves is for every single point. So that's the plan for today. I just need to finish setting this thing up. So what I usually do is I grab this link to the notebook, put it in Chrome. Find today's log entry. I just noticed it's in dark mode because I had the dark mode on. I think I'll leave it on. I like dark mode. So find a link to this page. The dark mode messes up this over this pop-up menu, but that's okay. Tiny URL, paste, make URL. Make URL. Why is that not working? It's not working. Tiny URL is having trouble, I guess. Let me try turning off the dark reader. Let's try that again. You never know when something like that might be getting in the way. Yeah, so now it's working. So I'm going to blame dark mode. It's probably not the dark mode, probably some kind of one-off thing, but you never know. All right, that is working. Close that. Go back to today's log. Paste the link there. And then there's a few more places I like to put it. One of these days I'll make automation tools that'll just do this all automatically for me. We're going to be starting the bot, and we're going to be going to today command and say Raimu is attempting to add a debug tool to his game to visualize pathfinding results. And then here is the link to the notebook page. Update there. And then one more place I like to go, which is my Discord, where I'm going to put into the stream plan for today. I'm going to say, today I'd like to attempt to add pathfinding visualization code into my game. So you can't see me type that because I don't show the Discord window on stream. But if you're in the Discord, you'd see me put that right there in the stream plan. And let's make sure I start up the debug environment. I think I will use the release build, which means I need to actually start Visual Studio first. And then actually in parallel to that, let's start up the front end. npm start on that guy. Okay, so in Visual Studio, okay, Visual Studio isn't quite loaded yet. There it goes. I'll load the project. And I should just be able to build this, right? While that's going, I need to start thinking about what does it mean to be publishing these tiles? I think what we can do is attach an identifier to every kind of path, find, or search. And we can have the identifier be used as a key into some kind of map that is given to the rendering system. And then whenever like the same, let's say the same NPC does a path find and they just another path find later, maybe the latest path would replace any previous path for that same NPC. So I would imagine that as a subscriber, we would end up getting a list of what are all the unique identifiers of all the paths that have been found in, you know, since the game started, or what, or maybe it's just we keep the last 100 or so, who knows. And then we'd be able to pick one, and then it would actually show it as an overlay on top of the view. I think that's what I kind of want to aim for, so that we could have a menu of what paths we want to look at, and then we could pick one, and it would just continually update the selected one. Is this loaded yet? Yeah, I need to tell it to build. Computer is slow to start up in the morning. Slow. Need an SSD. Need to put things on my computer on an SSD instead of an HDD. I think that's the thing. Either that or I'm running out of space on that HDD, and it's... maybe I need to defragment it. Remember the good old days where you had to defragment your hard drive every once in a while? Otherwise it would just slow to a crawl. Kind of feel like I still have that from time to time. Okay, and that started, so I should be able to... wait a minute. This will boot up, right? But it won't connect to the server because I haven't built the server yet. It's still building it now. It's having to build a lot because I changed the API for one of my components. I was working on the JSON stuff in the background. I don't know if you saw on my Discord, but... where would I show it here? New window. Let me go to my GitHub first. I worked on a few issues in JSON. Let's show the closed one. So I closed all of these things yesterday, just working on random stuff, and one of them was this incorrect encoding of floating point values in locales. Something that BugFound told me about a long time ago, where like in locales such as the Dutch locale, it shows decimal points as commas instead of dots. And so I ended up writing a bunch of handwritten code to fix that. It was a ridiculous solution. I'll probably undo this. But it caused that, and then this other thing about adding iterator protocol. This one ended up changing the header files for JSON, so it's having me build a lot of things. But the cool side effect of that is that now I should be able to do things in here, such as, let me show it, JSON value tests, iterator protocol. So we should be able to do for auto object entry in object and then get the key and the value. And whereas in the past I've had to like get all the keys and then iterate the keys one by one. Now we can iterate the keys and the values together without actually making copies. So that should be make things a little bit more efficient once I start using that. You're currently reading Terms of Service, and of course it has the you can't sue us if there is unexpected things happening, cutting the access, etc., etc. Right. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? The one thing about that, Nui, that I know, and I'm not even a lawyer, they can say whatever the heck they want. What it comes down to is it enforceable in your or their jurisdiction? So it depends on where you sue, and it depends on what the laws are. So even if the terms of service says something, if it can't be enforced, then it's meaningless. So a lot of times what I've seen is in terms of service and other legal documents like that, other kinds of contracts, they'll say the same thing about 7 or 8 different ways, hoping that at least one of those ways will be legally enforceable. And it's sort of ridiculous to say you can't sue. They probably said it in more legal language. You can always sue. It's just the judge might throw out your case, right? If it's true, if it's you know, if there's no point of law that you can stand on, they'll throw it out as a frivolous lawsuit, right? But in general, yeah, I think in most jurisdictions, someone can't be held liable due to things outside their control, what they call acts of God. Exactly, right? Things that may happen, like a big earthquake that you didn't expect, right? You can't usually hold people liable for that. One you're reading is in German, which reads rather well and doesn't really repeat itself many times. My experience has mostly been in the U.S. reading and reading about contracts in the U.S. and talking to lawyers. And yeah, I don't know about it in Germany, but in the U.S., it's all about the lawyers try to find and nitpick and try to find any kind of loophole they can get to get their argument, give their argument weight. And so contracts tend to like over describe in order to make sure that at least one clause is enforceable. And all you need is one. You only need one leg to stand on. Also, the service by a Polish company. It's interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about German or Polish law. Not a single thing. But I would assume that fundamentally it all evolved from ancient, what is it, Magna? No. I can't remember the name, but the ancient Roman codes, right? And other civilizations before kind of set down precedents that I'm sure a lot of European countries have similar laws based off of the historical stuff. Hold on a second. Yeah, I've been streaming for about 12 minutes, and I was talking to Toulouse in Discord about this, like the join and part stuff that my stream helper uses to let me know who's in chat. It really is slow and laggy. It doesn't think anyone's in chat yet. And we've been going for 12 minutes, and obviously people have been chatting, so I gotta rely on my eyes alone to wave at the right people. So I have to say, yes, hi, Toulouse, I haven't waved to you yet. I did wave to Red Rampage, Crumpet, and Nui. And I didn't miss anybody, right? There's only my own bot that was talking before. Anyway, this is kind of a cool thing, but that because of that ad, this build took a while, but it's done now, so we can continue. Update, release vs, and then serve. The good thing about making the release build is it should start and run a lot quicker than the debug build, and I won't have to worry about it lagging too much. Hey, the Radon 90, how are you doing? Reliance on eyes, I know. And as they get older, they become less reliable. Oh, what the heck's going on here? This doesn't look good. Doesn't look good at all. It's like the configuration file got screwed up. What? It's making continuous snapshots and it wasn't at a good starting index. What happened? Did the state of the server get blown away? I don't know, let's look. I'll be really sad if I have to redo the world. Stage. Oh, I'm running it in the wrong directory, that's why. I need to be... Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not in the wrong directory. Yeah, okay, something's weird. Well, there's a game snapshot there, but... How did the numbers get reset? I wonder if it's because of the junk I was doing with JSON. If that's the case, I might have some troubles here. I might have my snapshot might be damaged now. But I took a backup copy. Okay, that's a good. We can restore to that backup. Let me do an off-screen diff to see if it's how screwed up it is. Game snapshot. Yeah, the game journal generation got screwed up. Hold on. How did that happen? It should be on 74,828, not 0. Okay. What if we restore from that? Actually, I'm going to make a backup copy. I can put this back on the screen now. Let's make a backup copy of that snapshot. That's like the newest one that isn't corrupted. Right here. And that's only 3 days. So it's not that old at all. So we're good. Let's copy it up just to be safe, and then we will copy it on top of game.snapshot and delete the game journal and copy the game snapshot to the other two directories and delete the other two directories game journals. I think actually I have a script for this part, don't I? And I forgot about it. That's okay. Now let me see if it's still screwed up. So wserve. New election, yes. But what? Why didn't it get elected? Why did it not elect? Weird. Weird. Weird, I say. The term number is correct. I might have to undo the JSON changes. I think I screwed it up. Yeah, okay, we're gonna undo the JSON. I must have screwed something up. So, I was trying to be clever about fixing that locale issue. Let me undo it. So, it's probably not the iterator. Well, actually, let's just go back. Let's just assume I don't want to debug the issue now. Let's go back to here. We will create a new branch here. What do I want to call it? Working. And we're going to check out that branch. And we're going to build again. Off of the working JSON. I'm just assuming JSON's the problem. And while that's building, let me clean this stuff up again. I'm assuming that snapshot is good because it predates my other changes. Although I could always go back to an earlier backup. So I'm not really too concerned about losing that much data. So redo all that stuff. Okay, I did have a script for this, right? Be good if I looked and found where that script was. I think it's restore. Oh, this expects there to be something called backup.snapshot. Is that safe to do? Oh, yeah, it is. So I just need the snapshot I want to be the backup needs to be on the stage directly. Okay, let's do that. Copy that one to backup snapshot. Resubaka with for 5 months. Super duper. Thank you for your support. 5 months in a row. Oh my goodness. All right, backup. Yeah, we're a maverick. That's okay. So now I can just use that restore, right? Oh, Soding. Ah! It's Soding's mob. PHP raid. Oh no. PHP. My skills in PHP are so low. I feel overwhelmed with the PHP. Big brains. How was your stream, Soding? Hopefully you had a good stream. Welcome, raiders. Yeah, I don't do much PHP here. I want to get that full disclosure. No, not much PHP here. Working on an RPG, and Do I have it up and running? I don't have it up and running, but I can show the production environment. I think I can. Uh-oh. Is it stalled? We might have a problem with the production environment. It's not loading. Why would it not load? It chooses right at this moment to break. Of course it does. All right. Well, if you have never seen my stream before, I have. Oh, yep. It's now my bot won't work too because the game's broken. Dang it. I have a video on my YouTube that kind of gives an intro to my stream, but for me to actually link to it requires that my bot work. My bot is built into my game. My game appears to just have taken a big dump. Just like in real life. Yeah, it's all connected and now it's all going down together. Shoot. Question is, will I be able to get into the backend server and reboot it, or is it just completely hosed right now? Now would be just the right moment for it to break. Yeah, it's broken. Let's let the ashes fall on that server. Wait until it dies completely, and then I can go and restart it. Oh, thank you very much, Playing with Scissors. See, my mods are wonderful. Hey there, Playing with Scissors. I would give you more points if I could, but right now the bot is down, so I can't even give you points. So yeah, that video, it's about 2 minutes long, gives you an intro to what I'm doing. Today, I'm going to be trying to, as soon as I get my stuff back up and running, to try to add some visual feedback through the rendering system of my game so that we can look at the results of path finding and path searches. Because one of my mods, Toulouse, the great guy, suggested this. He said, too bad you can't display all the costs on the tiles with some debug button. I'm like, we can do that. Let's do it. So it's probably going to be a multi-day effort, and this is day one, so I'm just getting started. And really, I was just trying to get the test framework up and running when you guys came in. We'll get it up and running soon, and I'm going to be working on collecting information about the tiles that come up and the result of a path find in my game, and stash it in the rendering system so that we can have, in our game master view, subscribe to that information and render it in the front end of the game. Does the OneNote not work too? The OneNote should work. Unless the entire internet is going down. Let's see. It seems to be working. Very slow. Yeah, it's working. So, yeah, thank you for that follow, by the way. What to do? Try again? All I really need to do is get into my server. Okay, there it is. And let me just kill the servers. Kill the servers. And start them up again. I think what's going on is the production environment for my game, which also runs the bot for my channel, is getting a little bit too close to the memory limit. What are tile? You asked me what are tile? What? Angry emote? Tiles. Hold on. Let me get the game up and running and I'll show you, okay? But Meme Clear Bombs, you've been here before. And Dogora, how are you doing? And Jappy. Hi. Okay, I'm gonna restart the game servers and try to get this up and running. Also, I'd rebuilt the test environment and I was going to restore the files so that I can do update RVS and then do serve, and hopefully this ends up running again. Otherwise, I'll be really sad. Just doing homework for your uni, so yeah, writing reports. I'm dealing with servers that are crashing. Good times. This is encouraging. That's also very encouraging. Hold on. I think the production server coming up again? Yes. No. It's having trouble too. I could at least show the test environment though. That seems to be working again. Okay, the production environment's toast. This is the test environment for my game right here. What I could write for Follow for Dig, give playing with scissors points for linking. Yeah, I was going to give you points as soon as I can get the bot up and running again. I got to give you some points, and I also have to give iGrok some points too. Writing a report why you shouldn't implement Bitcoin payments into your organization, how to mitigate the risks. That sounds like fun. Dark web money. Exactly. So, the tiles, when I talk about tiles in my game, all of the visualization of the game world is through squares that we render into the web view here. And I call them tiles lovingly. So a tile could be anything from a background tile, like a piece of ground, or one of these barriers, or a piece of lava, or it could be one of these disgusting looking green slimes. Or it could be our noble guard named George. So George is doing pathfinding whenever something like this happens. I place a slime here, and George says, that thing is too disgusting, I need to go thwack it. There he goes. Good job, George. And then when he finds his way back to his patrol area, he's also doing a pathfind. I put this little hook in this water barrier here to make sure that he actually is doing a pathfind and not just trying to do shortest, direct line of sight. He has to actually path around that. So he has to go to the right before he can go up and then left and then down. So what I'd like to add today, well, it took him 2 hits to kill that slime. What I'd like to add today is to be able to get a list of what are the recent paths that were found in the game. And one of them should be named George Aggro Search, and I should be able to click that, and then magically what should appear on top of this is another overlay showing what is the area around George that he's searching right now for enemies. So the fact that right now he's not going after those slimes is because they're outside his aggro search range. If I put George right there, even though he's like only 2 tiles away from these slimes, he's still not in aggro range because the aggro search uses a sort of a flood-fill Dijkstra's algorithm kind of thing. So the water is too costly in the search, so it blocks seeing on the other side of it. Whereas if I put George up here, and I put a slime over here, whoops, I put a ground over there, put a slime there, George can now see it, and he can pathfind down to it. So we want to, both to demonstrate the pathfinding algorithm in general, and to show like what's going on, why is George chase the slimes when they get here, but not when they're down here. It'd be useful to have that overlay also for debugging. So, yeah. Let me try one more time to get the production system up and running, because I need my bot running. Hopefully I don't have to reboot the whole instance. The thing runs on Amazon a EC2 instance. It's a T2.micro. And so it's like the free tier stuff. So it's like limited to 10% of the CPU of one virtual core. So it's pretty pathetic. But so far we've been able to fit under that. And I'm starting to think we're approaching that limit where the game starts to break down, running out of resources. Okay, yeah, we're having trouble with this. Let me, I can't show it because it's a production environment. But what I'm doing right now is I'm going into the files for the 3 programs that run the game. So even in the test environment, there are three programs. This is for redundancy. This is why I don't worry too much about data loss. If any one of these 3 programs were to have data corruption, I just pick one of the other 2 where the data is still good, and I overwrite all the other 2 data sets with the good known good one, and then just restart them all. It's using a consensus algorithm, so they all maintain the same data. They all have a copy of all the data, and so any one of these 3 server programs can run the game. And like, for example, 11 here is running it. That's why this L means under the raft column. It's the leader of the cluster. And servers 10 and 12 just kind of chill, and they make copies of all the data that's going and changing in the game. But otherwise, they're just waiting for their chance to actually run the game. And I have a similar thing on the production side. One of the problems is that if there's any kind of bug in the raft implementation, since I wrote it, it's probably going to be a bug. It will, inevitably, there'll be an occasional corruption, and then you can't actually get the cluster to elect a leader, and that's what I'm seeing on the production side. So I just pick one of the 3 servers. I say, well, you're the source of truth. Wipe out the other 2 servers. Make them clones of the known good server, and then usually it resolves itself. So I'm going to do that right now. I'm going to take the snapshot of server 1 and copy it to server 2 and 3, and then remove the diffs, what I call the journal, from all 3 servers. I have to do this carefully because I don't want to dig my hole even deeper. And I can't show you this because it's on the production side, and there are secrets. We don't want to show secrets on stream. That would be very bad, right? I'm just updating the configuration. When the servers crash, the system kind of defaults back to an old version of the game, and I don't want that right now. Actually, what version am I on? I'm on version, hold on, 1.28.0. So I gotta say we're running 1.28.0 of all 3 servers. Hold on a second. I know this is boring. I'm not showing you what I'm doing. I can't do that because it's all secrets. And then I'm restarting the cluster right about now. Can't keep a secret. I know you can keep your secret, but I don't know if meme clear bombs can, so I gotta be careful about that. And how do I know that you say that, but you might be just some random person on the internet. How can I trust you? Yeah, I think I'll keep my secrets aren't worth much anyway, so that's okay. I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. So I can switch to the production server and show you that. And this will have it looks very similar. It's also sort of a test environment, but this is one where you can actually play if you wanted. And that right there was my bot that chatted in the game. So now all my commands work. I can give playing with scissors a point. And I also wanted to give iGrok. I don't know if he's here, but iGrok was helping me out a lot in Discord, so I'm going to give him 5 points. And we're good. The that link again, if you're new to the stream, it's a video made just for you. It's only 2 minutes long. It kind of explains in general what I do. What's different about my stream, I think, is that I'm kind of crazy in that I write everything myself. So almost everything here was handwritten, especially in the back end. The front end I do use some libraries of, a little bit useful, like React and Phaser for the graphics and Redux and all that. But on the back end of the game, it's almost entirely handwritten. There are a couple notable exceptions. I did not write zlib, so all the compression in zlib is courtesy of those fine folks. And I did not write the encryption layer, so I used LibreSSL because it came with a CMake lists, meaning I can build it really easily into my build system, which is CMake based. It's basically the free BSD port of OpenSSL. So everything else pretty much is handwritten. Most of it on this stream, so I made my own JSON wrapper in C++, the consensus algorithm stuff, the email layer, the Twitch integration, and a lot of these things are in my GitHub. If you're crazy enough to want to look at my code, they're all, for the most part, MIT licensed open source. The only thing you won't find is the actual game itself, and that's because I hope to monetize it and I don't want someone to steal my game. So that's closed source, but all the reusable stuff people will probably want anyway is open source. Fair warning, I like to use CMake, so the build system support is CMake only right now. And that's a big barrier to a lot of people. Also, a lot of my stuff has interdependencies on my other stuff. So if you looked at my Raft implementation, you need 4 of my other libraries. So and it gets kind of like a big complex tree of dependencies. So I'm still working on trying to make the reusable components I write separable, and so you can just pick and choose what you want. But yeah, right now, if you wanted to use one thing of mine, you probably need like 3 or 4 other things too. Sorry about that. But I think a lot of the time people just want to, if they get stuck on something like, let's say someone's implementing WebSockets. I actually know another streamer who's doing this. And they're like running into some kind of weird bug with WebSockets, right? And they're crazy like me and they're implementing themselves. You might want to look at the way I did sending a frame and encoding a WebSocket frame, and maybe you'll compare this with your code and you'll say, oh, I forgot the mask bit, right? Or computing the mask or something like that. And so I think it's valuable, at least in that, if someone gets stuck doing a similar thing or they want to see one approach, they can just look at this code in my GitHub and get an idea. Anyway. Let's see, did I miss any questions? Can I copy your command? Yeah, but change it a little so the teacher doesn't notice. What command? Playing with scissors. Are you making fun of me? Do I write tests? Yes, I do. I use test-driven development. So for almost all of these components I wrote, I also have a test subdirectory. So I use Google Test for C++, and so you'll see things like gtest.h, and then you'll see a lot of mocks, and then you'll see a test fixture derived from Google Test base class, where we have a setup and teardown. So this allows us to have a whole bunch of tests that have common setup and common teardown. And each individual test looks like this. You just declare saying within this test fixture, here's a test, name it this, and do these things. And these are called unit tests because we are just testing one little thing out of our system. In this case, we're testing the WebSocket. So everything around the WebSocket, as much as we can, is mocked or simulated. And the one thing that we're testing is this WebSocket, the unit under test, right? So for example, this test makes sure that we can tell this WebSocket where start open as client. So we tell it start open as client, and we have all of these checks to make sure that all of the return values and side effects are what we expect. So given, if we tell a WebSocket start to open a connection as a client, here's an HTTP request to fill in. We expect that this WebSocket implementation is going to fill in the version, the key, and the upgrade header and the connection header for us. That's both documenting what start open as client does, and it also checks to make sure that it still does it. If down the road I change WebSocket, I can always run these tests to make sure that it still passes. I only write unit tests these days. I'm not good enough to write functional tests or integration tests. I want to focus on improving the test-driven development technique for myself because it's been really hard for me to learn it. It's very controversial. A lot of people think it's sort of stupid to do it, but I kind of drank the Kool-Aid a long time ago that it will help me out in the long run by allowing me to catch a lot of bugs early and weed them out before I start integrating things. Yeah, exactly. Make it work, then make it fast, and then make it pretty. Exactly. I like that three-step process, and I'm still on step number 1. So I'm trying to still make my game work. Actually, sometimes I go to step 2, trying to make it fast. So 2 days ago when I was streaming, it was all about trying to speed up some of the logic in my game. I was looking at porting some stuff from Lua, which is slow but easy to change on the fly, to C++, which is faster but harder to change on the fly. So that's all about making things fast. Back to right now, I don't know what you would consider this. This is more like making a debug tool. So I guess it's part of making something work. Yeah, premature optimization is I don't know about all evil, but it does lead to a lot of evil. The biggest evil of premature optimization is it makes the code hard to understand and maintain. And so I try to avoid that. My code already is hard to understand and maintain. So why would I want to make it even harder by trying to optimize it? So now that we're back up and running, let me try to approach this problem where, like, when George is doing a path find, right now in the production environment, it's a little old. He's not even using A*, but in the test environment, George is using A*, and he's constantly using it to see if there are any enemies in range. It's not A*, it's using Dijkstra's to see if there are any enemies in range, and then when there is an enemy in range, let me do this right. Click on George, move him here. So there's an enemy in range. You see how he just jumps around the corner there? He used a A* pathfinding algorithm to figure out how to get to that slime to destroy it, and then he actually uses the pathfinding again to try to return home. So it would be cool if we could see that visualized in the UI. That's the objective for today. And I should finish what I was talking about with test-driven development. So I use Google Test for C++, and I really liked that. And I don't have that when I use other languages such as Lua. My game backend as 2 languages primarily. The framework, what I like to call the game engine, is in C++, but then as I'm developing the scripts for things like the NPCs and how they act and how aggressive George is against those slimes, for example, it's much easier to write it in a scripting language that I can change on the fly without recompiling everything. So there's a bunch of Lua scripts built into the game, and one of them happens to be NPC aggression. And we could edit it on the fly here and change any of this logic, and it would change how George behaves, how he finds those enemies. And like, for example, right now it's the closest enemy with an aggro range becomes the target, right? Well, I could change this logic on the fly at any point and hit submit, and boom, it's in the game. Whereas if the code was in C++, it would be faster because it's not interpreted, it's compiled, but I would have to have some kind of loadable module system, or I'd have to be able to take the server offline, update its code, and then bring it back. It would be a bit more automation required, a bit slower. So because of that mixture, I don't have the same tools with this Lua scripting language that I have with C++. I've been working on that. So I began with, you can edit the scripts through the user interface of the game, but I thought this doesn't have syntax highlighting, it doesn't have version control, so I made a tool to automatically synchronize between my workstation and the game, and I can run that now, actually, why not? I should be running that and demonstrating that. So I go to my game and I go Python, tools, scripts, and then the name of the realm server, and then sync, and then the path to where the script files are, ECS scripts. So this connects to the game just like my front end does, but it's doing it through Python. And right, we had to roll back several days, so some of the scripts were old. So it went and it just updated all these scripts. And it does that live, so at any point, if I go into one of those scripts, let's do that now, source, ECS, scripts, I don't know, let's go to NPC aggression like we were showing before. And let's just break something. Or let's, I don't know, let's just put an X here, right? The moment I save that, it'll be uploaded to the game, and I immediately get feedback from the game saying, hey, there's a syntax error. And I say, oops, I fixed that save, and now when I clear the script errors, no new ones are being generated, and George is no longer broken. So this script that automatically keeps it in sync lets me work on the Lua scripts in VS Code with a nice syntax highlighting, it's version controlled and all that, and every time I hit save, it's automatically uploaded to whichever test or production environment, whichever one I have this automation pointing at the time. So that was one thing. And then getting back to the test-driven development thing, I make these scripts in Lua, but I wasn't doing it with test-driven development. I'm like, that's not optimal. So I'm like, well, how would I make unit tests for Lua? Well, we can envision that I would have, in addition to these scripts, I would have test scripts. So there would be like an NPC aggression test. And let's write it how I would want to write it. So I wrote it, it looks like a Google test. There's a registration of a test, and there could be a name of a fixture even. And at some point there are these expects to make sure that return values and side effects are what you expect. And then we mock everything that is separate from the unit that we're testing. So the only thing that was missing is, well, how do we make Google test run this? And it dawned on me that since Google Test makes an executable that works with the plugins for VS Code, which I use, and those two are Test Explorer UI, which makes this nice little thing on the left here where I can say, hey, run all my JSON tests. Everything is passing, right? If it wasn't, I would get a red X, right? And to make it work with Google Test, this Catch 2 and Google Test Explorer, I looked and saw, well, how do those things work? You tell it where your test runners are, your executables. It runs them with special command line arguments to say, well, where are the tests? What are their names? Where are the line numbers? And the test, as long as the test runner gives output that is what Google Test Explorer wants to see, it fits into this user interface. So I'm like, why can't I just do that with Lua? So I ended up making a special runner called Moon Unit, because Lua is Portuguese for moon, and we're doing unit testing. Get it? So Moon Unit. So that when we're in the test, we can say it's a Moon Unit test. And what Moon Unit is a special executable that has a Lua interpreter built into it. And the executable scans my workspace for every Lua file and just runs them. And every time Moon Unit test is called, it registers, this script has a test on this line. It's named that. so that when Google Test Explorer asks moonunit.exe, do you have any tests? Moonunit says, yes, I got tests. I have test named this on this line in this file, and it shows up really nicely here. So I can actually run all my Lua tests. I can probably find this one. Yeah, here it is. There's a little side effect where if I have 2 copies of moonunit.exe, it shows them up twice. But that's okay, we can just run it twice. So either way, we can find where it is. Yeah, there's some glitches, but and I can go to any one of these tests, and if any one of them fails, I'll see the results. So I could mess something up here if I wanted, right? I can say, turn this one to a true. And because it's Lua, I don't need to recompile anything. I just run it again. And hey, it's broken, right? Expected false to be true on this line 21. Awesome. So I have the same kind of test-driven development with Lua that I have with C++, and now I'm much happier. So that's the really long-winded explanation about what kind of testing I do. All unit testing, and now I have it for both Lua and C++. Meme Claire Bombs doesn't get it. I'm sorry. I said like 1,000,000 words just now, so whichever words you don't get, sorry about that. If you have a question, I can try to make it so you can get it. That's my goal here. So please ask questions if you have them. So keeping test-driven development in mind, today's goal, if I want to publish the tiles involved in a pathfinding, I'm going to be making a unit test for the rendering system, which, checks to make sure it's done. So that's where we're going to start. Oh, you don't get moon unit? So let me say it again. So Lua is the language that this is written in, right? The word Lua is Portuguese for moon, right? And what is this thing? It's a unit test. So we're going to call the program moon unit. It's sort of there's a double meaning to it because moon unit is the name of Frank Zappa's daughter. And when I was growing up, it was just something my family just laughed about, like, that's moon unit. This is such a crazy name, right? And it came to me when I was doing this stuff, right? I need a unit test. Unit Lua is Portuguese for moon. Aha, moon unit. Turns out there are other programs called moon unit. I think they actually are related to Lua, so it's not unique or anything. It's just a fun little turn of words. Anyway, you can just, if it doesn't make sense to you, that's just the random name I assigned to the test runner. The test runner is called moon unit, so whenever the test itself is calling stuff from moon unit, it's calling into the runner. So it's called Apollo section? Maybe. If we wanna continue that line of humor, sure. And by the way, hello, useless pony. Oh, and for some reason, I did not greet other people. iGrok came in because I gave him 5 points for helping me, and very, very, very happy about that. And Grumik, I did not say hi to you. Or Everex. Hello. I'm trying to find where you chatted so I can, use my macro to, wave back. And there's Grumik, so I'm going to wave there. And must have been further back where Everex said something. I don't even see it. I'm sorry. Oh, it was in the PHP raid. There we go. Found it. Right. Hello. Yes, hello again. I'm glad you're still here. I apologize for not acknowledging your presence earlier. Yeah, you tried to help just now? Aha. Thank you. Yeah, well, I appreciate that. Okay, I'm trying to, as usual, it's very hard for DevStreamer to do this, but my goal is to balance interacting with chat, answering your questions, entertaining you and all that stuff. At the same time, just being true to myself and trying to get the job done. The job today is to do, trying to get some visual feedback. So again, the goal is in this window, I want to be able to turn on a checkbox somewhere and actually see an extra overlay showing what's George's current aggro search range, and actually show them in tiles and have little numbers saying how many tiles away from George each tile is. So yeah, the cost overlay. So step one, so I'll continue to work on this, but then I'm trying to keep a 50-50 balance between working and interacting with chat and all that. And so I'll try to explain what I'm doing. If you have questions, let me know. The rendering system is a part of my game which collects information about what's going on in the entities in the game. Like, for example, when George moves. And it says, oh, George has moved. I need to tell all the players who are connected to the game that George has now moved so that they can draw George in a different location, right? For us, it comes out as a sequence of messages on a WebSocket, and I'll probably have to reload this to show you. So as the GM, I actually have a connection to all 3 servers, not just one. So it'll be one of these connections that we're getting constant feedback from the game about things that are... Here it is. So there's a lot of stuff about these particles being ejected from this lava, and then whenever George moves. So like one of these, move sprite. In fact, that's George. George is entity number 3330. So this is a message from the back end, specifically from the rendering system, saying, you need to move this sprite, ID 3330. He is now at position X -6, Y 4, and that's relative to the camera's origin. So if I move the camera like down, now all the messages about George will be a positive Y, I think, right? Let me, oh, no, there it is. Oh no, it's still negative. I wonder why. Oh, to make it positive, I have to put George in the lower right, right? I have to put him down there. Now it's going to be all positive numbers. Waiting for George to move. George, move, so I can see you. These other ones are the slimes that are moving. There it goes. He moved. To 5, 3. So it's 5 to the right and 3 down from the middle of the camera. So my goal for today would be to add more messages from the rendering system of different types. We can envision a type called tile debug overlay. And we would send it whenever the overlay changes in some way. And then we would include not just the coordinates of one tile, but all of the tiles that we want to draw. So the first step is to get the rendering system to know about that. The next step would be to get the rendering system to pass it along to subscribed cameras. And then the third would be to actually draw it in the UI. I don't know how far I'll get today with this, but we'll see. So this is a typical publish-subscribe model. It's a common design pattern where the game is just going to constantly collect the information to publish in the rendering system. And then the way you get it out is you have a camera subscribe. And a camera is the aspect of the front-end client. So when I connect to the game, I have a camera. If I were to close my window, camera has been destroyed in the game. If I go back and reconnect to the game again, guess what? We just created a new camera. If as a GM I can move the camera at will, I don't actually have a physical presence as an entity in the game, really. It's just a floating, invisible camera. But the game knows about this camera, and whenever George or a slime that's within visual range of this camera moves, it translates that to sending a message over the WebSocket. So in addition to making the GM camera, we'll have to augment the camera to include stuff like, hey, we want to see George's pathfinding overlay. Yeah, it's just a giant floating eye. I can actually click this button to have it show up as a tile if I want. Just if I want to show up in the game, and that's mostly if I was in the production environment and I want to interact with viewers. Say, hey, look, I am the magical DM who can go through walls. Look at me. But it's really just a projection. There's no real substance to it. I can actually show you what the camera has here. The camera is just a position and a camera component, whereas something more physical in the game, like one of these slimes, would also have a tile and a movement capabilities and interaction list, and this NPC component is a lot of stuff in it. This is what makes an NPC an NPC. It has their name in it. It has stuff like how far away they'll wander from their home spawn area, what kind of weapon they have equipped, what kind of loot they might drop when you kill them, how many hit points do they have, stuff like that. If I were to click on one of these water tiles, for example, it's just a position in a tile. So a camera is nothing more than a position plus a camera. There it is. Position in the camera. Now adding a tile, what do you think that does? It adds a tile to the camera. And when I remove the avatar image, you probably know what it's going to do, right? It's going to remove the tile component from the camera. That's how it works. How come coordinates have origin and center instead of a corner? It's just arbitrary, Everex. So I could have made the coordinates relative to any of these corners. Also, the directions of the axes are arbitrary. Left being negative and right being positive, just arbitrary. for me, y negative is up and y positive is down. Sometimes you'll see in games they'll flip that, so up will be positive and down will be negative. It's all relative, and it's arbitrary what you pick. So in any kind of coordinate system, the only thing that's really important is that you keep your, what do they call them? Basis vectors consistent. So the basis vectors is just another fancy name for your axes. So left and right is one, up and down is another. If this was a hex grid, you would be tilted by 60 degrees and you add an artificial third axis, which is really just the sum of the other two, and you'd have like a hex grid, right? If this was three-dimensional, we'd have three different basis vectors, all, and typically they're all orthogonal. They're all completely perpendicular to each other, right? But they don't have to be. And what's negative and what's positive? Completely arbitrary. You're wondering if there's a preference on your part? I think the only preference I had was that the camera is showing you a viewpoint usually from like a first-person perspective, and so it's convenient for the view coordinate system for 0, 0, the origin, to be the subject of the vision. So if I made the coordinate system relative to the corner, then the position of the camera itself wouldn't be 0, 0. It would be dependent on how wide is the camera's field of vision. So making it 0, 0 is convenient. I could shrink the size down to like one tile less in each dimension. I don't have to change any of the coordinates. So it's all just a matter of the convenience of the developer. If you wanted to make your life more interesting, then you would just pick an arbitrary, inconvenient way to do it, and you'd have so much fun with lots of bugs, I'm sure. But hey, some people like that stuff. No, all power to them. So anyway, we're not going to show me. George is confused. No, he's not confused. He doesn't actually see me because I'm just a tile and I'm not an NPC. Be interesting if he tried to attack me, if I made myself an NPC. That would be kind of funny. Actually, the way that's coded, he could actually destroy the camera. If I made myself look like an NPC and he killed me, it would actually delete the component and the camera would stop updating. It would be kind of hilarious. Oh wait, what's the question? Oh, CRT TV sets to draw the image with cathode rays from the upper left to the right, but that's sort of arbitrary too. Why? Like some writing systems are right to left. They could have made a CRT scan from bottom to top. It's just, they happen to pick top to bottom. It makes sense that you have an order though, because there was a physical array that would have to be moved by magnets, right? So that part of it kind of makes sense. Everyone will get a black screen to death. Well, when the camera is destroyed, actually, I can do this. Let's see what happens if I destroy my own camera. So I just pick the camera and I hit remove. Okay, camera doesn't exist anymore. Do you see what's happening? Nothing is updating. So the game is still running, but the camera doesn't exist anymore. So if I try to move, it's going to be like locked in place, right? That's because the front end, for all it knows, the camera still exists. But so it's still animating some of these tiles because the front end knows it should, but it's not getting any updates. It's not being told to remove anything or to change anything. So it's like, okay, I guess the world is frozen right now. To get the camera back, I got to reload my view. And I just leaked an entity. I destroyed an entity and didn't account for it. That's okay. Entities are cheap. We create a new one every time we have a new connection. So now our camera is 16788. Okay, anyway, enough talking. Oh, Red Sky 1, how are you doing? Welcome. Okay, down to serious business. I want the rendering system to hold... I guess we want collections of debug tiles that could be published by the rendering system depending on if a camera subscribes to it. So I need to declare, like, what is the data structure for this thing? Let's close everything. Oh, I should change the current task, right? We're no longer starting up the stream. We are establishing what a debug what are we calling this thing? Debug tiles collection is. There we go. That's what we're doing. So I put it in quotes because it's context sensitive. It's within the context of we want to show visual feedback about the costs of tiles involved in a pathfinding operation. So, for example, if George, would you be so kind as to move over here? The cost to move up is 1. The cost to move right is 1. But the cost to move, come on, help me out here, George. The cost to move to the left is infinity because he can't move on to the water. The cost to move here is not 2 like you might think, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, I think. So we would actually want to show 15 on this tile if George is, come on, George, stop wandering. Go over here. See, now he's drawn aggression on those slimes and he needs to get to them. It's like a compulsion. It's my fault I programmed him to do this. Oh, now he got too far away. Oh, that slime is very lucky. Usually they get 1 shot. But he's actually gonna, oh, maybe not. You wander too close again. He's dead. Dead meat. Or dead slime, I guess. Anyway, that's what we want to show. We want to show little markers. We want to show that it's within aggro range, and we want to show how many squares, or what's the cost distance from George. So that's what we're going to establish first. That's what I'm going to be calling this debug tiles. It's a collection of tiles with numbers on them. So where am I going to put that? Realm server, source, ECS, components. Let me think about this. It's the rendering system, right? But it's filled by other systems, so it has to be in the part of the ECS that's shared by all of the systems, which is components, the internal header here. So this is probably the best place. Do I have... I guess I could just declare the type here, or I can just be lazy like I did here and not actually have a type name. Let me actually do the right thing and have a type name here. Types. So we'll envision a collection type. This... Well, there's going to be 2 levels of it, right? There'll be 1 collection, and then there'll be the collection of collections. Maps of maps. This is what I'm guilty about doing a lot. Okay, so at the bottom level, I guess a single tile will be what? This holds information, holds debug information about a single tile in the game. So let's make that a start and call it a debug tile. And the things I know I want to have in it is the cost, right? Or some kind of numeric overlay. I guess we'll just, will it always be a number? It might not. Let's make it a string so that we can make it extensible later. So this will be like label. And then we'll also need coordinates, right? So I already have a type for that. Where is it? In fact, maybe I don't want to put it in the struct. Maybe I want to have a map from coordinate to label. That might be smarter. But let me find in the include ECS components. There was like a type for this, like position. Position, there we go. Position has the X and the Y in it. It's perfect. So, yeah, let me make debug tile not have the position in it. We'll just have a label. And then we'll say, this holds a collection of debug tiles. Oh, this holds let's say this holds debug information about a collection of tiles in the game. Organized, sorted. Do we want to sort it? I guess we can just, yeah, we'll sort. Sorted by position in the game. Or, yeah. And it's going to be shared by different cameras, so it can't use the camera coordinate system, it needs to use the world coordinate system. So this will be using debug tiles, plural, is a map from position to debug tile. Right? And then to have all of the debug tile collections is on yet another type. And I think, well, I was talking earlier about making the key to this just a unique string that will be computed by the producer of these debug tiles. So this holds debug information about all collections of tiles. Actually, let's say this holds all debug tile collections in the game. Like how I document everything. Some people love it, some people hate it. I don't know. So, I might be too chatty for some people. I might be too verbose. Everyone's different. What I try to do on the stream, because I think the number one reason why people watch developer streams these days, just my opinion, not a fact or proven or anything, is that just to hear someone's voice in the background while they're doing something similar to what they like or what they do. So other developers will keep me in the background because they hear me talking about development stuff. They'll hear familiar words. It's kind of like a social thing. But also, if people are genuinely interested on little details of what I'm doing, me describing my thought process kind of hopefully gives you insight into how my brain works. So I'm basically connecting brain to mouth directly, and all of my thoughts geared towards what I'm doing on the work, I try to put into words to kind of show you what's my thought process and all that stuff. Comment a lot too. Oh, you could also mean by document, you can mean the commenting. I have a strict rule that I have to hold to myself in order to not be lazy. And that is every structure and every function and every field of every structure needs to have a comment describing what it is. Because, and this has happened in the past, I will go back and look at code I wrote 2 years ago that doesn't have these comments, and I'll be like, what the hell was I thinking? With these comments, I at least have some clue a year from now about what I was thinking here, right? So, also, this style of having a /** is parsable by tools like Doxygen, which can form a nice PDF document reference guide to my header file should I choose to make it. So it's kind of convenient in that way. Some people like just make their entire API documentation just the output of Doxygen when they run it on their header files like this. So it's especially useful when you have functions. So let me skip to one of those like this, where you can annotate what does each parameter mean, whether it's input or output or both semantically, what the return value means. And this is like a brief description of what the function is. And then a parsing tool like Doxygen would take these bits of information and format it in a nice to read PDF somewhere. And it would have a list of all the functions for this structure or class. And for every one, if you click on it, it would give you all this information in a nicely formatted way. All right. This holds the, right. So that's all I need to say. This is going to be, what are we going to call this? How about debug tile collections? This is where my weak point, one of my many weak points is that naming things. These two names that are too close together. This one is supposed to be one collection, like one search result, and this is supposed to be all search results. What if we say debug tile collect? I don't know. For lack of a better word, I'll just go with that for now. So I'm just going to make this a map from string. And I might as well make that an unordered map, because order doesn't matter, right? Actually, it does, because I kind of want the order to be the same even if I add and remove things, so we'll have the default alphabetic sorting. Debug tiles. There we go. Find yourself using stupid names and having to go back and correct them later? Yeah, right. It's not too expensive to do that these days. Let's say I don't like what I call debug tile. I can just hit Control-Shift-L and say Mickey instead. Now, look, it's been replaced everywhere. It's so simple and easy to do. So, yeah, why not name... As long as you make it unique. Like, this is maybe a problem because it's not unique. It ends up putting an S onto another name. But if it's unique, it's super easy to go search replace, even if it's across thousands of files. You just tell, hey, I want to search and replace. Rename bad name with good name, and it'll just do it for you, right? So the only cost really would be if it hit like 1,000 source files, you might have a version control check-in nightmare, but you know, that's okay. In the grand scheme of things, it's not too bad, right? Hey there, Hannibal. And Endorn, how are you? VS Code doesn't have a refactor. It's a lot lighter than Visual Studio and like the, what is it that you can get with .NET or C#? The refactoring tools. It doesn't really have that so much. It's got some things in here, but yeah, there's no explicit refactoring. I find myself most often using the multi-cursor, like either that, or I can change the same name in multiple places, or something like this where I can alt-click and then change and manually change more than one thing at a time. Resharper, that's it. Thank you. I'll give you a point for that because I was struggling for that name. Well, that's your first point. Welcome to the stream. My points are utterly useless right now. In the future, if I have a game, you will be able to redeem those points for in-game cred and all that stuff. You're gaming, that's fine. Writer is their ID. Huh. JetBrains, yeah. So those IDEs, I think, are a lot more feature-rich in terms of refactoring. VS Code, I mean, there might be a plugin for doing refactoring, but I don't know about it. VS Code is pretty basic out of the box. But it does have the multi-cursor, which is super useful. Okay, we've defined that, so let's go current task and say, what would just adding code to collect debug tiles. There we go. That's what we're doing now. And so to add that, since I'm actually adding code, I want to do with test-driven development. So I want to establish a test that will put up a example scenario where we're going to be collecting something. And the rendering system doesn't really care. It just needs to be told, hey, store this in your debug tile collections, right? So we'll make something for... it's not the rendering system specifically, is it? It's the components. So it would go under common, or components. That's probably a good one. So unit tests for the overall component system, entity component system. Wow, that's a long test. I really just want to grab that line to paste it there, and we'll have a new unique name here. I guess we'll call it store debug tiles as a test. And I'll want a backdoor test method to extract what are the current debug tiles, because that's the most... Oh, wait, we don't need that. The rendering system's going to want to know, right? In fact, we're going to probably... The rendering system will want to know not only what are the debug tiles, but did it change since the last time I looked at it, right? I'm tempted to use a version number because that's really makes it really easy to know if things changed. Yeah, what if I include a version number in here? That would mean making this thing not just a map, but a map plus a version number. We can do that. So, struct debug tiles. And we have the tiles, but we're also going to want to have a version number, right? And we can start it at 0, it doesn't matter. We can say, this is incremented every time the tiles are updated. Yeah, thank you for that follow, by the way. This is incremented every time the tiles are updated and used by... I don't know. Do we say by example? And used for purposes such as determining which let me think about this. Which tile collections change from one point in time to the next? I'm kind of not sure if this is the right way to go, but we'll see. This holds the current version of the tiles in this collection. Okay, and then that should have been fine. Oh, need a semicolon there. There we go. You like Qt Creator? That's cool. Yeah, I really like VS Code. I have a command for it to explain why. But I can move to Linux and Mac, and the experience is almost exactly the same, and I really like that. Whereas other IDEs I found, like, yeah, it works in Windows, but not so much on Linux and not at all on Mac, you know, that kind of thing. And I'm like, I don't really like that. Okay. Okay, I think I know what I want to do here. So we're going to think of a example scenario with the components. Hold on a second. Sorry, that was my overlay that I put up when I need to do a quick mute. Needed to check something behind my back. You know, IDEs in general, tend to think there's no one good IDE and all the other ones are not good. It's depends on the person and the context and the team you're in and what projects you're on. No, it wasn't that, Amir. It was someone closing the door behind me. I need to make sure that the door stays closed. Sometimes it doesn't, and then the cat gets out. I don't want that to happen. Don't want Kitty to get lost. Let's see. How do we want to name it? Just store? Store debug tiles. And are we going to just give the structure? Actually, you know what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to have the string and then the tiles. Let me make this, actually, let me go back and make this, hold on. Using debug tiles equals that, and then I'll come up with a different name here. Debug tiles, how about versioned debug tiles? And then we'll have this comment go here. Okay, and I don't need that. And that is this now. And this holds debug information about collection tiles, organized sort of along with a version number used to detect if the collection was changed. There's a very clear winner in the IDE's wars, in your opinion. Let's not start the war, though. I actually used Emacs for a long time. I used Emacs until it started to cripple my hand because of the way I was doing all of the command, you know, the control, shift, alt, or whatever, the meta keys. But that's my own fault. You could set up Emacs so that you don't end up crippling your hands. But for me, it's like, ugh. Let me find an IDE where I don't have to hit so many meta keys all the time. And what did I use? I think for a while I just stumbled along with a different IDE for every platform, and then when VS Code came, I'm like, finally, something that's like universal like Emacs, but isn't Emacs. I have a good friend who has used VI forever, still uses VI, and he's still my friend, so I'm accepting of other IDEs, even if I don't use them. All right. Store debug tiles, we're going to want, I guess we'll have the version number automatically updated, so we'll just include the tiles, debug tiles. So we'll have to have that here. And this is within the components impl namespace, realm server components impl. Oh, can I do that? I can't. I have to move these out to the public header in order for them to, to be available. So let's move these two, right? Yeah, these two. We're going to move this to the public header. Probably after position would be a good thing. Where exactly to put them? Let me put them at the end. Yeah, here's where we have camera. Reachable place. I have a lot of different structures in the entity component system. There we go, we'll put it there. So just to double check, we need string and map. We have those, right? String, map, okay, we're set. Okay, so the implementation adds that layer. And then the unit test doesn't have to say impl, it can just say debug tiles. So we're going to fill them in. So part of the arrange will be to fill that in, and then the act will be to store them, and then the assert will be we're going to pull them back out to check them. So, oh, you know what? I think that means I need this whole thing to be in the public header too, right? Actually, not necessarily. For the debug and stuff I do though, don't I? Shoot. See ya, Everx. Thanks for coming along with the raid. Hope you had a good time. Never understood Emacs's session with the control key either. I think it's just a default setup. Maybe a lot of Emacs people figure out a way to do it without crippling their hands, but for me it was painful after a while. VS Code boots up fast? I think it does, yeah. Other people tell me that it's slow, but I wonder if it's just that they have a lot of plugins. I'll need this definition available to the test framework, and the test framework is in its own namespace. So this does need to be all need to be public, doesn't it? Shoot. So I really should have just put from the get-go, I should have put this over here. There we go. No big deal. It's available now, so we can store them, and I'm going to want to get them back and expect that they match something. So we'll do expect equal this version, help me out here, IntelliSense, version debug tiles for components, I guess we'll call it access debug tiles. Or what's the name of it going to be? Tile collections. So there's obviously going to be two methods I'm going to have to add, that one and that one. I want to get the structure right though. So let's put up some debug tiles. So debug tiles is a bunch of positions to tiles. So that is a map, and each key is a position, and every position, I think there's an initializer list syntax, so I can just put it straight in here, like 2, -4 is a position, and then that, hold on. The debug tile itself, right, I ran into this before. This doesn't have a member-wise constructor, and that's okay for Windows, but I ran into a problem with GCC there. So I'm just going to preemptively put this in. We need to comment this. This is the string to display, this is the string to provide to subscribers to be used for purposes such as displaying it in the context of the tile. It's really badly worded, isn't it? I don't know. I'm bad with explanations. What can I say? All I really needed to be is a hint to my future self to figure out what the heck I was thinking. There's a really good blog post that breaks down the performance gap for Electron apps. Ooh, let me give you a point for that. So what I've been doing recently is nifty things like that. I've been putting them in my notes, but also I've started to do this where I have a research or side projects. I think this is more research. It's more of reading something and learning about it, right? So I'll just put it here as well. And at some point when I go through my list and I'm looking for interesting things to do, side projects, I will follow up on that. 35 milliseconds. Response time to key presses and mouse clicks or startup? And like, how does that compare? Oh, to Vim it's 0.2 milliseconds? Oh, just key presses? A key press, I think 35 milliseconds is okay, right? It depends, right? Right. If it's a response time for loading a file and you loaded 100 files, that would be 3.5 seconds, which would be unacceptable. Yeah, so it's interesting. It depends on what's significant, right? Okay. What was I going to put here? Oh, member-wise constructor. Also, we need a default constructor. This is the default constructor for the structure. I don't even know if I need a comment for that. Default. And I'm doing that because if you make a member-wise constructor and you don't have a default constructor, then you can't default construct it. And I want to be able to do the default construction. So this is a member-wise constructor for the structure. This is mostly so that I can use the an abbreviation when I set it up in the test environment. So debug tile, I guess what we're saying is, let's move it in place, right? And this is in a header. So let's take both of these and defer the definition until later. That would be around the same point as this one right here, right? Yeah, right. So right here, we have components, debug tile. And this one we can default, right? This one, what I wanted to do was initializer list. Label is standard move label, right? Then I can safely do this. I can just have initializer list, and then the first thing is the label. Or can I do it this way? Or do I have to say debug tile? I know I can do this. We can say like foo. Let's make another one, like 3 -5 or something bar. Question is, can I do this? It'd be really awesome if I could just say that. I think I can, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with that for now, though. If I have trouble in Linux, I might have to put that back. Hopefully I don't have to, though. I just can't remember. My C++ is kind of weak here. Will this end up calling the memorize constructor? I don't remember. Hey there, Pon. The blow assumes a vanilla install across all IDEs. Oh, Vim plugins likes to slow down a lot. So assuming it's bare bones, yeah. Yeah. It's good to know those numbers, though. I like having numbers rather than just jumping to conclusions like, oh, Emacs is slow. It's like, well, how slow is it? And does it really matter, right? The numbers kind of help you there. So I always appreciate hearing the numbers. Okay, where was I? All right, here. So what would we expect to come out here? This thing probably needs a member-wise constructor of its own, right? So let me steal this, take that, and do that to it, and then we'll have int version, and then debug tiles, and then yeah, we're gonna move the copy. Yep. So doing that here. So that here and here. And that didn't quite work out. There we go. Default that. This is a little bit too long, so I'm going to indent it just because I don't like it when it gets too long. And then version is version, and then tiles is standard move tiles. There we go. All right, so then I can, back in the test, I can say, this was a map, right? And it's a map from identifier. So that means when I store this, it's got to have an identifier. Let's call it foobar. So then this will be foobar, and then this one will have a version in it, so version 1, and then the tiles, so it would be debug tiles. Right? And that's to be the only entry. And so I just need to declare these, and then it will compile. 30 FPS refresh rate, yeah. I mean, I guess if someone types really, really fast, and they actually use the feedback of how long it took for the editor to react to the key press, they could notice it and it would get irritating, but that's much faster than I can go. And I'm assuming it batches, so if you hit 2 keys within 35 milliseconds, it's not like you lose the second key. All right, the outer class has to have these 2 methods. So I'm looking, all right, the last non-debug one is here, so we'll put it around here, I guess. So here, we want stored debug tiles, and we want access debug tile collections. This one will be a void that takes... I think we want a reference to a constant string, and this one is a key. And we're going to end up making a copy of the tiles, right? So this will be debug tiles. Constant debug tiles. Don't capitalize that. And then this one is going to return us one of these. Really, it's going to return us a const reference to that. Because it's access. That's my naming convention now. Access means const reference. It means don't use it. I mean, don't expect it to be the same if you go and change it. And then it has no arguments. So there we go. So now it should compile, unless I messed something up. Which it looks like I did. Not surprised. Only gets worse from there as you install more plugins. Yep. You can see it batching if you mash the keyboard. As long as it doesn't lose keys, that's the most frustrating thing. Is when there's no buffer. And I remember that being the case for really, really old computers. If you type too fast, you would just lose key presses after a certain point, because the buffer was only like, I don't know, like 10 characters long. This is like Apple II or something. I don't even remember clearly. But I haven't seen that kind of problem in years and years. Okay, this is going to take a long time to link. Why? Because I haven't linked this yet today. Or is it just going to punish me? This shouldn't completely link because I haven't actually provided implementations for these functions. I just wanted to see that the compile phase got past this. Because sometimes that's just an IntelliSense hiccup. And I can't read the... this is no instance of constructor. I think I did provide ones. Oh, is it just a little... Oh no, it is a compile problem. Okay, so it can't convert from initializer list. So... do I have to say here the type or not? Let's see. Let's go to that. And it was a debug tiles, right? So do I need to say... Hold on. C++ editors and keyboards. My chat is all over the place. It depends on what you guys want to talk about, really. Let's see. What am I doing wrong here? This thing is not a debug. Oh, wait a minute. I screwed this up. Didn't I? No, a map to one of these, and that's one of those, so that should be... So maybe I do have to use this syntax. I was hoping I didn't have to do that, but okay, fine. No, it's still wrong. Oh, it's not found because it's within this namespace. Nope. Because that's probably not it. I'm missing something then. Can I do that? Yes. Okay. That's interesting. Why did it say it failed? Oh, it's already running. It's already running? What? There we go. Oh, there's no comparison. Oh, okay. So I need to add that too. To compare these structures to each other, they have to have comparison operators. Fine. I've done that before, right? Operator equal. Yeah, I've done this many times before. And if it's sorted, I have to use operator less than as well. So go to where that's declared, please. There we are. So we'll probably need it for debug tile. Compare the debug tile to another debug tile, and so that goes there. And we'll also need a comparison for versioned debug tiles. Compare the versioned debug tiles to another version, another collection of. This is the other version debug tiles collection to which to compare this one. Making sure that the debug tiles collection is equivalent to the other debug tiles collection is returned. Okay. That name goes here. Let's do this one first. So that goes there. So we put this in front of that, and we say, really it's just these two. Return version equals other version, and tiles equals other tiles. And then we need a similar thing for debug tile. Right? Debug tile. And it's just a label there. Right now, it might have more later. It's just label. So let me just abbreviate. Well, let's just keep it like that. That kind of gives me a visual cue that there might be more later. If that gets further on compiling, then I'll try to figure out what I did wrong down here. Commodity keyboards have a rollover limit. Yeah, the ghosting problem. Yep. Limited number of I/O pins. Yeah, yeah. So that's why the high-end keyboards have are more expensive. That's one reason why they should be more expensive is they have to use higher-end controllers. But who knows? They might just be marking up the price because they say it's higher end. N key rollover, yeah. Okay, so we got further. That linker problem is just because I haven't provided the definitions. Maybe I should just do that to get it out of the way. That would be store or is it here? Store debug these ones. I didn't. Should I go ahead and comment them right now? Might as well. Store the given collection of debug tiles to be published to subscribers under using the given key. So key, this is the unique identifier to use to represent the debug tiles to any subscribers. I keep misclicking. Am I not sitting correctly here? Maybe. Okay, second input, debug tiles. This is the collection of debug tiles to copy into the storage from which they will be published to subscribers. Might want to change that to be not copy but move, but we'll see. It's not that hard to change it. All right, this one. Provide access to the latest versions of published debug tile collections. And just following the rigid standards I set for myself, I just repeat this. I'll say access to the latest versions of the published debug tile collections is returned. And what I mean by returning access is just giving a cost reference. Okay, so these two methods need to be near this one. Go to definition, so basically it should be at the bottom of the imp. Where are we? Is that out of order? No, invoke system is an internal. Okay, so that goes there. And then components : goes in front. And we don't have to have it do anything yet. This one does need to do something. And to get rid of that thing, what I like to do is this trick. Put auto and then an arrow, put the return value on the right, and so I don't have to repeat the class name. And I will... What do I do here? Actually, this is going to be a problem if... with thread safety, isn't it? Actually, no, it won't. We'll just make sure that we assume that this is called from another part of the component. Let me just make that a note. What am I doing here? We should make this a note here. Note. Only... Well... Only other parts of the ECS should call this. The components mutex is assumed to be held by the caller. I think that's what we'll say. And this thing, what was this type? Recursive? So for the store, I could get it. Just, even though it's recursive, so it's no harm in doing that. This one I can't, though, because it's returning a reference. So we have to assume that the caller it holds the mutex while we're doing this. Otherwise, we'll have thread safety issues. So we're going to just return debug tile collections. And we have to make one of these. So we'll have to add it here somewhere. I think I'm just going to put it at the end. Versioned debug tiles, debug tile collections. What did we say about the header? The latest. This holds the latest versions of published debug tile collections. There we go. So then we return access to it, and this is all to do. I just want to make sure the thing links. Hey there, develop it. How are you doing today? Oh, and I missed, I didn't say hi to Leonardo Smith. Hi. Or Lonan. I didn't say hi to you either. In fact, I don't even see where your chat was. It got lost. I didn't see it. It was a while ago. I'm sorry. I don't even see where your chat... I guess I'll search. 12:08. Wow, it was a half an hour ago. My apologies. That was a bad... Oh, you said, sir. You basically described me right now. Okay. Cool. Thank you for the follow there. Stream is going okay. It's one of those days where I feel like I'm more chatty. And I got raided by Soding, which was awesome. So hopefully some of the raiders are still here. If not, that's fine too. I am doing a lot more chatting today, but what I'm working on is, like it says above my head, I'm adding code to collect debug tiles. So what our debug tiles are, when things like when George is searching for enemies, there's a bunch of tiles he's searching that we can't see. So I would like to be able to turn on a debugging mode and it would show like the cloud of tiles that George is scanning for enemies. That's what I'm calling debug tiles. So right now we're adding code to collect them in the game. Hey there, Manez. Have you stocked up on all your mayonnaise? Mayonnaise? If you run out, that could be, you never know. The apocalypse comes and you'll be without enough mayonnaise to survive. That would be bad. You see, the Facebook is now using VS Code as... Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. I guess I'm not that surprised. It seems to be very popular. All right, so this built, right? Yeah, it built. Now, the problem I had was in the unit test, it didn't like my notation here for building the expected values. Why not? It says it can't convert from an initializer list to a version debug tiles. Excuse me, no constructor could take the source type. Is it that... Do I need another set of braces here? Let me think about this. This one should be a value, a pair, right? Or am I thinking about this backwards? Hold on, I have trouble with this sometimes. No, this worked. So what am I doing wrong here? Do I have to be explicit then? Do I need to say, wait a minute. Do I need to, hold on. Oh, this might be wrong, right? Hold on. Shoot. Go back to here. No, here. Go to that declaration. Debug tile collections is a map from string to version debug tile. So this is a version debug tile. Actually, let's pull that out. Realm server components version debug tiles. Oh, wait, that's the wrong type. That's why. This should be debug tile collections. That's probably what it is, right? Nope. Is the type of this wrong? Oh yeah, that's wrong. Okay, I got a whole bunch of things wrong. That should be this there, and so should this. There. That makes more sense. The name of the type matches the variable. Okay, but there's still something wrong. What is it? Oh, where that's declared, I didn't update it. Okay. Access this one. There we go. Sorry, Mayonnaise. I'll try not to jinx it. Make sure you stock up. You should have at least 1.5 refrigerators full of mayonnaise. Assuming that you buy the type of mayonnaise that is perishable. If you really want to survive the apocalypse, you'll want to find mayonnaise that is not perishable. Hey there, Meridian. Currently in school learning C++, seems you have a big bug. Try to create a new object with the constructor. Seems the compiler is not allocating new space, but instead uses the address of a still living object. Do you have a placement new? Have you heard of placement new? That could be why. If part of your assignment included, like, testing to see if you knew placement new, that could be the problem. Placement new. Where would be the best thing? I guess we can find it in DevDocs if it's showing up in CPP. New. New expression. Where is it? Talk about it. Yes. There's an allocation function, right? And the default one would be operator new that's provided to you that uses dynamic memory, right? But if you've overridden it with placement new, or if you've overridden the new operator for the class, it could be doing whatever you want. So that's what I would look at first. Did you accidentally overload the operator new for your type? Are you doing placement new versus, well, the way you wrote it, it shouldn't be doing placement new. So I would guess that you accidentally either you overrode the new operator and have a bug there, or there's a corruption in your heap. Is it possible to develop a backend for a website in C++? I've heard that you could do it with WebAssembly, but I've never done it myself. And hello, Dalek. That's on my list, Dalek, of things to side projects is to learn WebAssembly. So what I've heard is WebAssembly is what you want to look up if you want to try to use C++ in the browser. Actually, you said backend. So backend usually means server side, right? So you could make a website backend in C++. My game has a backend website in C++ already. It's not the easiest because you either need to make a plugin for a web server in C++ or you'll have to do it all yourself. You didn't override it, huh? Yeah, so Dalek, for the server side, you're talking about the web server, right? So you could pick a web server that allows you to make a plugin in C++, and something like Apache would you could totally make a backend. You can totally make a plugin to Apache in C++, no problem. You know, what I did is I just made the entire web server myself from scratch in C++. So you can definitely do it. It's just a matter of how much do you want to write yourself from scratch, or what web server you want to use if you want to use an existing one. And I don't know much more than I made my own, and then I know a little bit about Apache. Not the attack helicopter. We're talking about the web server. Apache server. You know this. The Apache HTTP server project. So here you can totally make a module. Do they have description of how to make a module? They should. Documentation. I don't know. Let's look at the current documentation. There's probably like how to make a module. I'm not seeing it, but it's probably here somewhere. Modules? These are all the modules that exist, but how do you make your own? I think ultimately you just need to make a shared object that obeys the Apache's API for being a module. And there you go. Yeah, so it's probably in there somewhere. That's one thing you could look into, but it depends on what web server you're using. If you're using Nginx, I don't know. There's probably a way. I don't know how to do it, though. I'm looking at the plebs doc. Oh, you mean I should be looking at the dev documentation? Yeah, probably. Yeah, so I can't really help very much because I've never actually made a module for Apache. I just know that they can be made. Okay, so Murdium, you said you didn't override new. I would assume then that kind of leads me to think there's something wrong in the heap. So what probably happened is the heap got corrupted, and the heap could get corrupted if you delete something twice, but more often it's if you use an object that you haven't actually allocated, or if you continue to use an object after you've deleted it, and then you'll end up corrupting the heap's internal structure so that the next time you allocate something, it just gives you back garbage. A runtime library that will check things for you, like Microsoft's runtime library, will do this. It'll end up throwing an exception or printing an error saying the heap is corrupted. If in a lot of, not all, but in a lot of instances of heap corruption. And but one thing that's not so helpful is it won't do it at the moment of corruption. It'll do it sometime later, and then you'll have to kind of work backwards. Like, well, how did it get into that corrupted state? So you might want to look into using a runtime library or using an allocator function that will that either has built-in checking or that you can do the checking yourself. Like this talked about, like if you did override operator new, you could do your own thing. You could trace all the news and deletes yourself, and then you can see, well, are you doing them? Are you doing delete twice on the same thing, or are you doing accessing an object after you've deleted it? You'd have to do a lot of instrumentation, so to speak, of your own code to find that. But that would be my guess. All right, so it did build, and I can run it now, right? And it will fail because this doesn't actually do anything, and we'll just have to make it do something, and then we'll be done with step one. Yeah, I'm sorry, Murdium. It's a tough one because it's one of the hardest bugs that you'll find in C++ or C, where it's called memory corruption, where something you're supposed to happen with dynamic memory allocation is you get new space, right? Instead, you get the address of something that's still living. That's probably some corruption in memory corruption, and that's really tough. It's hard to tell exactly where it happens. It's not like you'll get a breakpoint on this at the exact moment. Okay. So one thing I can do is I can make a print2 to make that prettier. Do I care about that? Sure, we can do that. It's a nice demonstration too. I've done this before. There are these print2s that you can do, and these work in concert with Google Test, so that if Google Test wants to print your object, it will call this function if you provided one. So we're going to provide a couple, right? This one would be for debug tile. And then I need one for debug a version, what was it? Versioned debug tiles. This is a support function for Google Test to print out values of the debug tile class. This is the debug tile value to print, and so we'll have another one for versioned debug tiles. This is the versioned collection of debug tiles to print. Okay, and then we just need to implement these. So this is just shifting stuff out. It's not big a deal. Can I write them both simultaneously? Probably not. See how much I can do. So for both, we'll probably want to print that and end up printing that. And that's probably where the similarity ends, right? For just a debug tile, we could be nice and say like label colon like that, and then put debug tile dot label. And then for this one, it has a version. Hold on. It has a version and then a map. So we can shift the map out. Right, I know what I want to do. I want to do the same kind of thing. So version, and then do versioned. And let's multi-line this. I kind of like how the length of that just matches my indentation, but it's purely coincidental. And then comma, tiles, and then version debug tiles. And that doesn't work. Oh, that doesn't work because it's a map. Oh, I ran into this problem before. What did I do? Did I just like iterate through manually? I think I did, but I'm not sure. Let me look. Yeah, Meridium. I wonder if your instructor, since it's part of your class, right? I wonder if if they'd set something up on purpose to see if you can find it. That would be kind of sneaky, but I wouldn't put it past an advanced level class for them to do that, to put a bug in there, and then try to get you to find out where the memory corruption is. More likely though, it's just a bug in how you handle pointers. You can avoid a lot of those kinds of issues just by shunning pointers. Instead, use references and use smart pointers. Hey, good night, Manes. Okay, where did I do this? Maybe one of these? I think I had to do it myself with a loop, but I don't remember. I don't see it though. Oh, I did. Look at that. I had to do a loop. So let me do that. Hold on. I want this whole for loop, don't I? Okay, and then back here, like so. Well, hold on. After we do that, then this code is pasted, and this is the collection we're iterating, right? And we'll call this tiles. Actually, this is a debug tiles entry. And then we close with that. So let's put the brace out here so I don't put that in here. Oh no, it's just an extra brace. Yeah. So I want an extra brace there. So that's 2 characters. And like that. Double linked list. Oh yeah. So you're definitely using pointers. Yeah, you probably have a bug in how you handle the pointers. So yeah, definitely. If you could put something up into, or like in the paste bin, as long as we're not doing your homework for you, I would just put myself into the mode of tutor, and then I would try to I would find the bug, but then not tell you exactly what it is. I would say, well, consider what you're doing in this function, and then get you to realize, aha, that's a bad pointer. And then that would help you. Okay, so every tile, what isn't a tile? It's a position. Okay, so it should be like, I guess we can just, hold on, let me think about this. I think it's simpler than all this stuff. It's not this second level thing, is it? It's this, right? There is first debug tile entry. And then that, and then this. Is that right? So if it's not the first, put a comma in there. Otherwise, we're going to put a brace and then debug tiles entry first. And then I guess a comma. And then debug in tiles entry. Oh, and this one I can't do that. I have to do print to that comma OS. Right. What's wrong with that? It's telling me here. Oh, it can't take a position. Okay, yeah, so I had to break this up. And thank you for that follow. I need to do print 2 again with the position, comma OS, then shift out that. Cool. All right. So all that work is hopefully just to make the output a little easier to understand. Yeah, you want to do these if you use Google Test and your tests have expectations that check structures like this. To get the printout to look nice, you do these print to helpers, and then I should get better looking. Yeah, so now it looks better, right? So foobar is version 1, and here are the tiles, those two. So nice printing. Missed an inner closing brace. No, it was just IntelliSense. Oh no, it was that I have to use print to for both of these things because they are both custom structures. Both the key and the value are custom structures, so you can't just shift them out to the O stream. You have to call the print twos for them. You mean after 2129? Did I? Maybe. Oh, it's just misplaced. You're right. Thank you, Toulouse. Thank you. This should close here, right? I mean, it's sort of pedantic. It doesn't really matter. It's not like we're parsing these things. It's mostly just to see it by eye when we run the test here. 1, 2, 3. 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Okay, got it. So it matches. Yeah. There should be 2 at the bottom also? Hold on. I think that matches, doesn't it? That. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, very, 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 very pedantic. But I get pedantic, so I don't mind. Did that actually change anything? Guess it. I can't. I don't know what it was before. Okay. Interesting. Behind. Oh, sorry. It's behind my head. I gotta do like that for you to see it. Even looks fine to me. You're too tired to sleep. How could you be too tired to sleep? If you're really tired, you should fall asleep right away, right? Should we try to help Meridium out for a second? Let's see if I can see anything. I'm not the best at this kind of thing. iGrok is a lot better than I am at this. Well, I can give it a shot, though. You insert a new object by calling an iterator and putting it in between two existing objects. And where are you doing that? Line 257. Okay. 257. So create a new node. The new node's previous is the current one's previous. And the next is that node. If the previous was not nil, then set it the previous next to be the new one. Where do you set the next one's previous, though? That would be this one's previous. Oh, there you do it right there. Whoa. It just jumped. I don't know how I got there. That was weird. Did you see that? It jumped to some advertisement, I guess. Weird. Yeah, what was that, playing with scissors? And didn't Adam mention something yesterday about like Pastebin was showing weird IP addresses? I wonder if they got something weird going on with their ad system. It really looked like an advertisement that I clicked on by accident. And I was just dragging that. Or clicking on stuff here. Weird. Or was it there? Ad serves sometimes on clicks? Really? Wacky. Don't know when that started? Yeah, maybe they're just trying to get funding. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with this code per se, but it's really hard to catch pointer bugs like this. If the node's previous is null, then put it on the front. I don't understand this part. The redirect. Yeah. It thinks I actually clicked on something, right? Or it knows I clicked it and it's telling the browser, hey, we need to go to this other site now. You have white chocolate cookies? Hey there, Perry. Oh, and I forgot to say hi to Meridium. We're looking at Meridium's code right now as a little tiny little break. I can't see anything wrong with the code though. So, but maybe someone else can find something here. I can look at it later too. If I get some time later. Let me stash this for later. Copy that and go to today's log. And let's see. Meridium needs help finding a bug in this code. And then you said the problem is line 257. So I'll see if I can take a look at it later. Because I don't see anything right off the top just right now. And sorry about that. So maybe someone else could find it. I'm not as good as people like iGrok to find bugs. I usually just stumble through with my own tests to find iteratively find the bugs. Which leads me to a question, Meridium. Do you have unit tests? When the previous node is null, the list is empty, so you can just push it onto the list. Okay, it really depends on on the data structure, right, that you're using. Yeah, well, hopefully you find the bug soon, Meridium. So, have a good evening. Okay, we're ready to implement this, right? I don't think it'll be too bad. I just need to go to that and actually implement this to-do. I think what we're going to do is we're going to see if it's already in the collection. So that would be auto or would it be const.o? Const.o, a debug tile collections entry is that dot find key. If that is the end, that means it's a new debug tile collection, so we should just insert it. So key equals what's the value type again? Versioned debug tiles. Actually, I could just use the initializer list syntax, right? So I can say that that equals 0, or 1, comma debug tiles. Yes. And then else. It's not at the end, so we can access it directly. We can say the version, bump it up 1, and then the replace the tiles. And here's where we're assuming we want to make a copy, so we would make a copy either there or there. If I use move semantics, just make those two moves, and then we would need the caller to give us a throwaway list. Which would be more efficient, but I don't know if that's going to work out for me later. We'll see. All right, so this should pass now, right? Yay. Okay, so now we can store debug tiles. So the next step would be to, okay, there's actually more than 3 steps. I have publishing. We have subscribing. It's somewhere in here I got to put in, actually, storing them, right? Let's do it at this point. Storing debug tiles from aggro, search, path finding, etc., so that it actually shows up. What'd you do, playing with scissors? Paste bin is on your blacklist now, huh? Postal Rat! Welcome back, Postal Rat. Thank you for giving me the Twitch Prime sub. I feel very honored. Thank you for your support. Ads from an unknown, untrusted source. Oh, you blacklisted paste bin, huh? So playing with scissors, what should I use rather than paste bin? What would you recommend? I am all ears. I have no bias for or against anything. No idea. There's got to be a better one. The one that doesn't just jump me to an ad. Paste bin? I've used that before. I really don't know how to judge them though. I'm open to suggestions. Maybe that should be a research topic. Might as well, right? Research. What's the best, what are we calling it? Snippet. You know, there's also GitHub, or was it, yeah, aren't there snippets in GitHub? What's the best snippet system for me? I.e. paste bin, haste bin, etc. Gists, that's right. GitHub, gists, etc. Thank you for that. Playing with scissors. Filling in that word that I couldn't think of. What about bpaste? There we go, let's add it to the list. Bpaste. I'd like to, like, research it for myself to see which one fits my, you know, my criteria. I guess my criteria would be, it's gotta be permanent, the links have to be legible, and no ads would be preferred, right? And I guess if Adam uses it, he's probably already vetted it, so. Anyway, back to today. I'm so distracted today. Subscribing to tiles through the camera component. So that's the more complex one, right? That is really the rendering system is going to look at all the cameras and see, are any of them wanting debug tiles? And if so, it should see, well, what's the last version that we gave them? And if it's not the current one, we should send the current version. Gists UX is lacking now? Or gists, yeah. Have I done any work with audio and video codecs and containers? Yes, I have. So I've done MP4 and AAC and MPEG, a little bit of H.264, and I've done MPEG 2 systems, the transport stream. This is all my last job, so it's been a little bit over a year, but it was part of my job was to get familiar with a lot of audio video codecs and containers. I did one of the early implementations of MP4 reader writer for the group I was in, and that was pretty fun. You found the problem. It's not the code in the class, but in your main. Oh, okay. So your main did something weird with the memory. So yeah, post-rat. I haven't done that stuff in a while, but it is interesting to me. Did you have a question about it, or just want to talk chit chat about it? That's fine too. MP4 format is based off of the QuickTime MOV format and from Apple, and one of the big experts in both the QuickTime format and MP4 who works at Apple. I can't remember his name, but he comes up a lot in the RFCs and the patents and stuff. And I worked with a guy who knew him personally. So I felt like I was 2 steps removed from a famous person, so to speak, in my field. The guy who invented MP4. I'd have to look it up and find his name again, though. Why are there different file formats when .ts is clearly the best? Well, TS isn't the best for random access, playing with scissors. TS is best for transport. That's one of the major reasons why you have different file formats, is the context and the usage could be different. TS for transport stream is the best when you are linearly accessing it, like you're broadcasting it, or you're receiving it and displaying it. System, what is it called? It's not TS, it's like .ds or something like that. When it's when it's stored on a disk and you need to randomly access it. TS isn't the best because it's not set up for random seeking. It doesn't have indexes and stuff like that. Doing a bit of research on how difficult it would be to run a NES emulator and encode the video and audio. The hardest part would be to do the compression for video and audio. I would look for an open source compressor, like MPEG, FFmpeg is maybe your first stop for that. They might already have a complete implementation for you in FFmpeg if you're able and willing to use GNU stuff. Because I think every audio and video codec that isn't proprietary eventually makes its way into FFmpeg. And it's also just a good reference. If you're going to do it by yourself, I would still look at FFmpeg as a reference to compare against. But yeah, playing with scissors, the random access versus linear access, the different use cases are better suited to one format versus another. The other reason why you have different formats is just different companies want to own their own IP, and so they'll make their own variant, and they'll try to build a market around it. It's also sometimes political. I thought FFmpeg was GNU. Well, it's LGPL, which is still GNU. It's the lesser GNU public license. So it's not the most. It's more towards the GNU side of the spectrum than the, let's say, MIT or public domain side. You have to be careful if you're going to use it in proprietary work. Why can't you index? You can index it, but it's not required to be indexed. So, like, if you're given a transport stream and it doesn't have an index, it would be hard to use random access. You'd have to index it, kind of like in like the format that OBS records in, right? I converted to MP4 because MP4 is indexed, and so it's much faster to seek through the video. An index is just like a table of contents saying, here's where you can jump to exactly to find like the 2-hour mark, the 2-hour and 5 minutes mark, the 2-hour 15 minutes mark. You can find it very quickly if it's got an index. It's kind of like a database index, a lookup table between various positions in time mapped to which positions in the stream. So you don't need an index if you're broadcasting because it's linear. It's one after another. You're not jumping around. So you can gear the transport stream format, optimize a way you don't need the index, right? Thoughts on Godot? I don't know anything about Godot. Sorry. Okay. So yeah, anyway, you can mix it, of course. You can have transport stream with an index. Why not? But you might not have an index if someone made a transport stream and gave it to you. Should I put that on my list? It comes up a while. Let's put it on the list. Side project. Look into Godot. These are ideas for streams I might do that are like side projects. And why not put it on the list, right? Doesn't mean I'll have to do it now or later. I'll do it eventually. Okay, the hard part. The step 2 was the rendering system is going to have to look at all cameras and see if any of them are subscribed to debug tile key collection keys and haven't been told that. So we need to have a record of, in the rendering system, we have a record or a cache of what debug tiles every camera has seen. And I have that in rendering. Somewhere here I had a camera. Then I have, oh, this is the test for it. I need to actually go to the implementation of rendering. Rendering. Okay, this had a cache somewhere, right? Oh, it didn't have its own memory, so it would have been in the internal header file here. So there should be a camera. Here we go, cameras. So the cameras, it's the last known position of the camera, whether it's an admin camera, which is the game master. Its entity number, there's a refresh flag. So yeah, these maps are used so that we can optimize what sprites we tell the front end. We don't want to tell them something they already know, right? So same thing with light maps. So we're going to add to this. It really just needs to be a lookup table between key and version number, right? So just keep it simple. I can, it doesn't even have to be sorted. It can be an unordered map from string to version number. Do we have an unordered map? Yes, I do. And this is debug tile versions published. Or can I say published? Published debug tile versions. We'll say this keeps track of which versions of which debug tile collections have already been published. Actually, we should say keeps track of the latest versions. Keeps track of the latest versions of which tile. Let's drop the word which. Track the latest versions of debug tile collections that have already been published to the camera. Problem is outside the insert function. Oh, we have igrok on the case. Oh my goodness, your bug is certain to be terminated soon. But yeah, if you found it in the main function, that's cool. All right, so 2 parts to this, right? We have to actually fill it when we publish, and then when we're rendering, we have to see is anything missing or out of date here, and then we'll do the publishing. So this is going to be at least 2 different unit tests in the rendering system of the game. So rendering's got its own unit tests, so we're going to add to that. That's not the unit tests. I need to go to, where is it? Test, ECS test, rendering. Here we go. I need to take a quick break too. I need to go stretch and stuff like that. Well, let me put in, we'll put in where the test is going to be, and then I'll take a quick break to stretch. Nice. So you figured it out. Yeah, I didn't see any code. We'll click quickly glancing. All right, rendering. 2-parter, right? Publish new debug tiles. So they have to subscribe, and once they subscribe, okay, so we should have a couple different tests, right? Publish new debug tiles, and with subscription. And the second one should be do not publish new debug tiles without subscription. And then let's have another two be publish debug tiles update. So that would assume a subscription, right? And then I guess it would be if it disappears, right? If the debug tiles are no longer available, do we want to tell the front end that they're gone, or just not tell them anything and then just drop our local cache of it? Actually, I don't care. We don't need to test there. So there's just 3 test conditions. Let me take a quick break, and then I'll take a crack at writing these tests. And these tests are meant to prove that we are implementing step 2 here about subscribing to debug tiles. After I do that, then the last 2 steps would be actually going to where we're doing the pathfinding and doing the store debug tiles, which should be pretty easy, and then the rendering, which is going to be hard. It's going to be front-end stuff. I don't know if I'll get to that today, but we'll see. I got an hour and a half left, but I'll be right back to work on this in a couple minutes, so be right back. I'm back. I forgot to say hi to Postal Rat. After Postal Rat sub 2, how inconsiderate of me. There, I've waved. Hi! Thank you again for the sub. And good luck with the looking into the NES video audio stuff. That sounds like a lot of fun, by the way. Okay. Everything is still working. We're good. Publish new debug tiles with subscription. Hold on. Hey there, 715-209. I have lost my voice. Don't you hate it when liquid goes down the wrong pipe? I might have to go silent for a while. Hold on. Is my voice back? I think it's coming back now. Yeah, when liquid goes down the wrong pipe there, you start to choke and you're like, oh crap, I'm going to lose my voice for the next 2 minutes. The FFmpeg's API don't look too difficult, but every example of people using it seem to be using the CLI tool. Yeah, if you look at the code for libav codec, that might help. You came for the high. Hi! Anakin Luke. I must oblige and give you the high. I had trouble understanding FFmpeg as well until I got used to their coding style. It's very GNU, very, like, reminded me of the Linux kernel, so it's different from my usual style. But once you look at one example codec, and then you compare it to another, you're like, okay, I think I get the gist. Green, it's transparent, can't you tell? It's a special magic transparent bottle. I'm just drinking kombucha. It happens to match my green screen's key, which I just noticed is a little bit too aggressive today. Let me fix that. Camera, filters. I'll turn down the chroma key. I had it up. It turned out that I didn't have all my lights on Tuesday. Yeah, I get this at Costco. See, it's a special transparent bottle. Isn't that cool? Organic kombucha. Special transparent version for Raimu only. All right. Publish new debug tiles with subscription. So we're going to have a camera set up already. All right, I had some stuff for this, right? Yeah, we want create admin camera. I think that's just all I want, right? Create admin camera? Actually, let's hard code this because the camera... Well, no, hold on. How many tests am I going to use this for? 2 of them. Actually, I guess that. I don't need to have a helper for this, right? I can just hard code it. So it would be camera zone should just be zone. Okay, let's just take this stuff out and paste it here. This is all part of the arrangement for the test. So we're just going to use zone for camera zone here. Client ID is client 1, right? What was that for? Those are just random identifiers, okay. That's true. X and Y positions are not relevant. Let's just keep them at 0 because it doesn't matter. And then the extra thing I want to have in the camera is a new key I don't have yet. Let's invent it. Camera, what are we going to call it? Debug tiles? Sure. And this will be our subscriptions. So we would need to subscribe. I guess we'll make this a JSON array. And they'd just be keys, right? So foo and bar, for example. So that key, we need to make a new key. What am I doing? Just copy that. And then replace that with that. So, I guess DT, debug tiles. So this will set up an admin camera where it has a subscription to 2 different tile sets. And then I think the act will be we actually have to store them. So components.store debug tiles. And the key has to match one of the subscriptions. And then the debug tiles. So I can pull from the other test to do that part. Right here. We can just put that in our range as well. And do that. And then the assert. Okay, we have to not only store them, but then we have to update the rendering system. So I've probably done that here. Is it update systems? Oh, okay. Update systems it is. Update systems. And then the assert will be that we should get a message back about the debug tiles. And it should match the version number we put in there. Well, the version will be 1, right? Because we expect this to have made a version 1 match that. So the feedback comes to the camera through the feedback system, which is a callback that's accumulating a vector of these things, which are right here, what type and the payload. So they're basically JSON structures. And they're directed to the server and the client that matches the camera settings. And the message we can invent a new one here. I guess we'd want to say, do we want to distinguish new from update? I don't think it really matters. We can just say debug tiles. And we can say key is foo. And then, I guess, tiles. And then here, we want to convert this into some kind of JSON equivalent. So, well, let's do it. JSON array. And each one should just be an object, right? And then let's say that the object has keys like X and Y that match those coordinates. And that was what? A label, right? Label? Foo. So that's one of them, and the other one was bar, right? 3, -5 bar. Hey there, A squared. You always knew that I was a wizard? I'm not a wizard. Well, maybe I am a wizard. Yeah, that's how I make this transparent. It's wizardry. Green screen wizardry. All right. So that's a long string. Do I want to shorten that like to L? Would anyone mind if I made it L? You're a wizard, Harry. If I am a wizard, you are a robot. Okay, now I've playing with scissors. I don't even know what question I asked that was meant to answer. I need to rewind my own stream to figure out what I said. I think it should be LA. You got it. Constants or nothing. Constants or nothing. I've lost the context already. That's how bad I am. Scissors. I don't know what the context of that is. Oh, does anyone mind? You do. Constants or nothing. Constants. I've been using constants at a certain level, but these are specific to the context of the debug tiles, and I haven't dug down and made these constants simply because they're not used very widely. I do want them to be kind of short, though. I don't know. I don't want to crowd up key names with a bunch of very context-specific keys. I guess I am doing that, though. Okay, I'll do the right thing. We'll make constants out of it. Not for X and Y, though. I feel that those are primitive enough. Let's make a constant for this, though. realm server key debug tile label. And we'll put it in the right place. Oops, right here. LA. There we go. I did it. It is a constant. Partly I don't want to make a constant for that because I don't know what the constant would be named other than key X. Which would be no better than just having X. X and Y are fine. I'm glad you say that because that's what I was going to do. Make the constant name LA? Oh, no, that would be bad. No, the constant name has got to be more than... I did do that correctly, right? Yeah. Troll face, yeah. Okay, that's good enough for this first test, right? It's not lame. Or is it LA for lame? Constant name X. At least, like, I don't have the constant 2, TWO for the number 2. Malicious compliance. Malicious compliance is a form of passive aggressiveness, right? That's where I think that's where I saw that term used a lot. Passive, everybody know about passive aggressive notes? Like a site where people post passive aggressive signs and stuff like that. And there was some subsection I thought called malicious compliance. All right, run that. 5,326. Exactly. Oh, right. We have to account for this empty sprites message and the okay, so we can do an initial update and drop the feedback to fix that, right? So feedback's clear after the initial update. Then store the debug tiles and update, and the only difference should be this new message. Oh, why are we still getting a sprites message? No, bad. When a dev says to extract a string into a constant, so you do that, but then name the constant the non-descriptive variable. I get it. So should I say a squared pi? You're gonna make him rename his name to a squared 3? Because obviously pi should be 3. Why am I getting extra sprites message even though I've done the update and did the clear? What was I getting before? Let's see. Or maybe did I forget to build? I did build, so that's not the problem. So what happens if I don't do that initial update? And I get a sprites and a tilesets message. I don't get it. Update and then clear. I guess I can trace through and find out why am I getting that extra message. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there. Debug. And then we're going to go into the rendering system, right? So let's just go there. Compute the bounding box. There are no dirty entities. There should be no new cameras either. No new cameras. Update old camera views. Sure. So, oh wait, what happened? Oh, how did refresh get set to true? I don't get that. Why is refresh true? That's what's happening. Refresh got set to true somehow. What is setting that to true? Make initial... Yeah, we haven't called that yet. We never got into there. Wait a minute. Is there a bug here? It can't be a bug. I should have seen this before. Okay, start over again. Go past that point. Go into there. Actually, hold on. Yeah, can I just look at the cameras? Camera, first one. Yeah, refresh is already true, so start over again. Exit out of there. So, what does cameras look like now? It's gonna be hard to find it, isn't it? Oh no, here it is. It wasn't too hard. Refresh is still true. What? When does it get set to false? I'm confused. Very confusing. Refresh is false. It gets set there. Is that not called? Let's try this again. Debug. So we go in, and then we get out here. Wait. It's still true. How is that possible? It just set it to false. Now it's false. So how did... Wait. How did it get set back to true then? Are these cameras local or something? No? Where are cameras again? There it is. How does it true again? What am I missing? Start over again. Does it re-enter here? It is going into other systems. Is that what it is? Oh, that's right. It's going to go into the tile set system, and the tile sets are going to force all the cameras to refresh again. That's a problem. So what's a workaround for that? Just telling it to go twice? I wonder if the other tests do that. Are these other tests like calling it twice? Oh, right. There's an initial update to get the tile set cache set, and then we create... So yeah, that's the missing part. It's probably a design flaw. So the idea here is that there's always an initial update. Then we make the camera. Update again to clear out the initial sprites, and then do the thing we're actually testing and update. Okay, got it. Cool, so now it's empty. We're just missing the new message. That's good. All right, to get the new message, where do we want to do that? One technique that's helped you in the past is to not use the debugger, which forces you to assert things via the test suite. Yeah. I'm kind of doing, well, I'm not really doing exactly that. I kind of leverage both the debugger and the test framework. So the test framework is setting up the conditions so that I can test it on its own. And then debugging the test kind of gives me more enlightenment. Well, the test suite, if you're still using the test suite, it is a unit test. But it's sort of unclear. So it's kind of, what's kind of weird with mine is that we're testing the rendering system, but the rendering system is part of the components, and we can't separate it right now. So we're having to. It's not exactly just the rendering system; it's other things too, including the tile set system. So it's a design problem. If I separated the tile set system from the rendering system and just tested the rendering system, we probably wouldn't need that. And I probably wouldn't need that either if I just tested the subcomponent of the rendering system that dealt with the debug tiles. You would have set the data break. Yeah, then I would have seen... I just deduced that it was the tile set system. Yeah, and the other... Well, yeah. Either way, yeah. Where to check for debug tiles? I guess I can do it anywhere here. I could do it at this point. Oh, I should make sure that I added something to cameras, right? I should make sure that it gets copied and compared correctly. Where do I want to do that? In this class? Actually, we probably don't need, it's probably doesn't have anything to do with identity, right? I guess I don't really need to do that. Okay, never mind. I don't need to worry about that. So back to rendering system. I guess we'll just make this another method then. I guess we'll just do it at the end here. What to name the thing? Publish debug tiles. And it will need components and cameras. And on the same level as this function, which is a free function. In fact, it also starts with P, so it sort of goes there, doesn't it? So void publish debug tiles. Actually, it's just components, right? The cameras. Why did I provide the cameras separate here? Oh, new cameras. Yeah, cameras are already in components. I don't need to do that. I'm really just doing it to break the function out separate. And then so just loop through them for const auto camera and cameras. Actually, it can't be const auto. It's auto. We're going to update it. It's going to mutate it. And it's components dot, and this can't be const either. Why does it not want me to do that? Oh. Right, I can't put it here. I should just make it a method of this class. Thank you for the follow. So it doesn't need any parameters, just a method of the class. So it's just going to be cameras, and then that we're going to move alphabetical order, I guess. Not really alphabetically ordered. What if I put it in? I don't know where to put it. They're all out of order. Doesn't really matter. I'll fix it later. Let's put it right here. So this is void components impl publish debug tiles. So let's go to where that's declared. And put it right here. So send debug tile messages to any cameras who have subscribed to debug tile collections, which have changed since the last time they were checked for those cameras. That's good enough. All right. So it's a typical thing where there might be new debug tiles, there might be old ones. I already said I'm not going to care about old ones, but there might be new ones and there might be existing ones whose version changed. So really, I should just be seeing if any cameras have any subscriptions. Then we process each subscription separately, right? So what's in the camera? Did I put something there? There's the entity. We're going to want to get that entity, right? And then compare it to this one. So where do we actually get the entity? Here. Sure, we can do that. That's going to make a copy of the camera. I don't really mind. So that we have, right? Yep. So if camera component dot has, actually it's the other way around. If it doesn't have realm server key camera debug tiles, then continue. Otherwise we're going to iterate through them, right? And we're not using the latest iteration code because I broke JSON. So I'll have to do this the old way I used to do it, which is for const auto key in camera component dot get keys realm serve. Oh, I can't do that. Oh, I can if I do it this way. Dot get keys. And then we have to check, is it something that we already published or not? So const auto. Let me get the name right. Publish debug tile versions entry. So that's camera.second.that.find key. If that monstrosity equals this dot end, that means we haven't published it before, so we'll definitely want to publish it now if it exists. Otherwise, we've published it before, and the version might be changed, and if so, we're going to publish it again. So either way, we're going to want to have we'll publish, and it'll say if publish, then do something, right? Yeah, I broke JSON. You want to see what I was trying to do? Part of it was that code that I posted on mine and Adam's Discord, but where is it? So one of the things is adding iterator protocol. I don't think that broke it. I think what broke it is this ridiculous solution I came up with for this problem, encoding floating point values. In some locales it uses a comma, and I fixed it by putting in hand-coded the conversion, and I put a Maka S there because I was really uncomfortable about it, so I posted it to my Discord and Adam's. And we thought we got all the bugs out, but still, incorporating this commit and the other commits for these other fixes broke something. So my test server wouldn't even run correctly this morning. So it might be that one, or it might be one of these other fixes. So I didn't really want to get to the bottom of it on stream today. What I did is I just backed up the version, and I called it working. So there's the working branch before I did all these changes here, and that's what we're using for now until I figure it out. So one of these changes broke my game, and I should have been more careful about it. Broke it. In fact, I should, for now, until I figure it out, I should do a mugget update, and then it'll see that we're now in the working branch, and I should check that in. Main here, we're on the working branch. This I don't care about, so we'll so let's just stage this hunk. Switch to working branch of JSON for now. The JSON master branch is currently broken. Feels bad, man. Okay. Git push that, and I should push that working branch too. Git push u origin working. Okay. Yeah, I broke it. The rendering system is too big. It is too big. I need to break it down further. The definition of being too big is that it's 1,692 or 1 lines. That's my determination if something is too big is it over 800 lines or so. So it's twice as big as it should be. So I need to break this up into smaller bits, most likely. Things like dealing with sprites, dealing with lighting, and dealing with debug tiles would be separate subcomponents eventually that a unit tests separately once I refactor all this stuff out. But for now, we're dealing with a combined rendering system, which has to deal with a bunch of other things not related to the debug tiles, and that's makes our test a little bit more complicated. Okay. We should just skip it if there is no such debug tile collection, right? So we should say const auto, this is going to search back into, what is it? Debug tiles collect, I can't remember what it's called. It would be in the header though, not this file. Debug tile collections, yeah, there we go. So debug tile collections entry is that.find key. If that is that.end, then we continue. So it means you subscribe to a debug tile set that doesn't exist. I had store, but I never thought about actually removing. We should probably do that, right? We should remove a debug tile set when it no longer makes sense. Or maybe we should just do it if it's too old and it hasn't been updated. I'll think about that later. Otherwise, we might have a memory leak. Okay. I should put comments here to describe what I'm doing. Skip this subscription if there is no such debug tile collection. Determine whether or not to publish the debug tile collection. Number 1, if we haven't published it for this, if we haven't yet published it for this camera. 2, if the last version published is not the current version. So this is if it's not, so publish is true. And then if we have published it, we need to do the check, right? So else if, really, it's all just one big if, right? So if either that or this dot second dot, or that dot second is not equal to this dot second, this second dot version, then publish is true, right? Actually, then I don't need to publish, right? I can just say, just do it. Just do it. So publish the debug tile collection if either we haven't yet published it for this camera. How do people normally do this? Do they? It's not a complete sentence, so do I drop the dot? I can just say if any of the following is true, and then these become complete sentences, right? And there's no reason for me to number these. And I think technically I'm supposed to have a blank line there. Publish the debug tile collection if any of the following is true. We haven't yet published it for this camera. The last version published is not the current version, sure. Would it help if I mix those comments in there? Like this? That might make it a little bit easier to read, right? I think so. So what does publishing mean? We are going to convert it to a JSON array and send it as a message, right? So we're gonna do something like this feedback this thing does, right? This is the feedback for a particle launch in the system. It's making an object that says message in there, and the type should match what the test expected, which was debug tiles. And we're supposed to have a key in there, and that's key. And then tiles is an array, which we'll have to build. So tiles, then we'll just start with an empty JSON array. And then we're going to get the tiles. It's the feedback message tiles. And then we are going to look at the debug collections entry first, right? Or no, second dot tiles. So that's an array. So yeah, I just do a for const auto debug tiles entry in that dot or arrow second dot tiles, and we're gonna add some stuff. And at the end, and then we set. Why don't I include that in there? I don't know. Oh, because this was. I remember why. It's because we would construct the feedback and we might send it to more than one camera. So I don't need to worry about that. Do I have to have something in there? I guess so. I should just do this camera first server ID. That actually should be first. And client as well. Client ID. You want the sun to go away? You don't like the sun? I like the sun. I get sad when the sun goes away. And then it comes back in the morning and I'm glad. What don't you like about the sun? Playing with scissors. Okay, this... Right, debug tiles entry. There's a position and a tile. So, we're going to do a tiles.add JSON object. And this will have, you guys made me have a key for this, right? Key debug tile label is debug tiles entry second dot, or it's just dot, right? Dot second dot label. And the other two, I was just going to be X and Y, right? Debug tiles entry dot first dot X and Y. Oh, is it pointing straight at your eyeball? Okay, yeah, that is rude. Sun, stop doing that. Stop shining directly into playing with scissors' eye. I think we're done. Oh, this is testing new, but it doesn't update the version, so... Actually, I should have a test for that. When it hasn't updated, right? Oh, did I have a test for that? I can't remember now. I don't. So I should have a test for that. Do not publish debug tiles that have not updated. Yeah, see, I got power over the sun. Not a whole lot, just a little bit. It'll occasionally move out of the way of certain people's eyeballs. So yeah, you're welcome. Okay, we didn't get a message. I'm sad. Why didn't we get a message? This should have subscribed to foo. We should have said it, so what went wrong? I guess I will debug. Here? We should get to here, at least. Nope, we didn't get that far. So it's before that point. Perhaps here. Actually, we need to make sure it's on the correct update. It is not, so let's just go again. Now go. Okay. Did I misspell something? Oh, it's not get keys. It's an array. I messed that one up. This is an array. So const auto keys is that. And then for size ti, because I don't have the iterator protocol for this, I have to do the old-fashioned for loop. Keys.get size ++I, and I could actually call get size once, but it's really not that expensive. and then say const auto key is keys I, and then we're done. Let's try again. Run. I published something. Ooh, message. Okay, it's nested too much. I must have screwed it up in its construction. Wait a minute. Is that not how the feedback is done for particles? It is. So what's wrong here? Oh. Okay, it's organized. It's some of the keys are in the wrong places. Right, at that level, not inside. Okay. Got it. Okay, so these are at that level. What am I doing on time? I have to stop at exactly 47 minutes or before. I want to get at least halfway done. That way I can say I can try to finish tomorrow. Okay, the sorting is backwards from what I thought, right? Because it's alphabetical. So it's going to be bar is going to come out first because it's sorted by label. And I should probably indicate that by doing that. Actually, is that true? No, that's not true. It's sorting by position, but the position sorting order I think I had was X, the lower X's are first. So it's sort of arbitrary. It's arbitrary, but it will be deterministic. I think it's sort by X first, and then if X's are equal, then sort by Y. And they can't both be equal, because that would be the same to two tiles on top of each other. Wait a minute. Did I not build that? Why? I flipped them. Why is it still a problem? Did I flip it twice? I did. What am I? I'm just stupid. That goes first. Bar goes first. Maybe I'm sorting by Y first. I should just look it up and be done with it. Let's look it up. So it's operator less than in components, this one. Yeah, so it's sorting by Y values first and then by X's. Right, okay. That makes sense now. Cool. So new subscription works. So the next thing would be that we don't want to get a second message about it. So it's the same test, only we'll store the debug tiles before we do the first update. And so we should have gotten the debug tiles here, and here we shouldn't get them. So we should expect true that feedbacks is empty. And I guess if it's not, we can show what the feedbacks are. This will break because I didn't actually do that code yet. Okay, what's wrong here? Oh, we can't just shift that out. Okay. I guess I can't do that. I'd have to define an operator shift for that to work. Yeah, so that's not going to work. So to fix that part, this is checking the version number and expecting that this has been updated. So we have to actually do that. So we'll do it here. We'll say that camera.second.publish debug tile versions key equals debug tiles entry dot second. Where's the version number? This one. Long names. So that means the second time around, this will be false. And that will also be false, so it won't give us an update. So that's passing, and this should not break. That should also still pass. Great. Okay, so next is do not publish new debug tiles without a subscription. So I guess what we can do is just take this last test, copy that, and then actually store them here, but just not subscribe. So we'll just drop foo. So we're not subscribed to foo, so we shouldn't get them. That should already work. Yes. Okay, and then the last one, publish debug tiles update. I think that should also work because it's the same version check, but let's make it complete. So here we have to have some debug tiles to begin with. Store them, and then we need to update them in some way and store them again. So let's update them in, I don't know, to update them here. So I don't know, we can do anything we want. How about we just drop, let's just change these coordinates around a little bit. There we go. So then we should get an update with these matching the new coordinates. Run. Yeah, I didn't expect it to break. Oh, I just told it to run all the tests and that's going to take it a few minutes. Well, we might as well just do a check-in here. Check in our work. We did steps 1 and 2. Yay! I don't need that backup anymore, do I? Shouldn't have shown that, but there's nothing secret there. Ha ha. Yeah, let me just drop that. I don't need that file. Okay. These all go together, I think. I need to decide what to do when debug tiles become old. When do we remove it from this map? Is there an explicit remove, or is it time-based, or what? These will all go together, right? Did I miss any comments? Comment, yes. I did good today, and I commented everything as I wrote it. So I don't need to go back and comment it again. What about this header? Right. Okay, so we're just checking it all in. And that, I'm just going to undo that one. You like explicit? Oh, we had a server actually crash. Server test crashed. Ooh. Oh, was I in the middle of changing the ticket system? Yeah, that crashes now. Oh, no, I remember this. This a user actually reports an issue, and we don't allow that right now unless they're mad. Oh, yeah, I forgot to go back and fix those. Dang it. So the some of the subscription tests are out of date, so those won't actually work. Let me just run these alone. I want to make sure the rendering tests all work. Yeah, okay, we're good. And the components should all work. They don't. Game is instrumentable. Oh, did we add some functions to that? Yeah, I did. Okay, well, first things first. Let me finish this commit here. So this is introduce a debug tiles, which introduce debug tiles in the rendering system. So there are two main parts of it. Add components. Where was it? I don't see it. Oh, no. Is it here? Yeah, the public include. Store debug tiles. to be used by other systems to provide the debug tiles to be published. And then add components impl, the other one, publish debug tiles. Publish debug tiles called by the rendering system to publish debug tiles to any... Oh, I should have made sure that a camera is allowed to subscribe. But right now, the only way you can subscribe is if you put it in the component, and only a GM can do that, so I don't need to worry about access permissions or anything. To publish debug tiles to any camera which subscribes to receive them. That's that commit. And then let me go back and fix this one. This was simple. It was just that we added another function in our wrapper for Lua, right? Test NPC move to entity. That should fix that. I just forgot to do that. Kajoink. Atom pass. So reset. So fix broken tests. What's it called? Game is instrumentable. Well, let's do the full name. Forgot to add test. Well, I can just copy paste that, can't I? To the list of Lua functions we expect to show up when we instrument the code. There we go. I'm not going to fix the subs right now because that's a lot more work. But I'm halfway done if you count these. So I've done those two, and I just need to do these two now, right? Well, there's a one that was one subset of this I haven't done. Decide when to drop old debug tile collections. Whether it's time-based, like time-based, explicit, etc. Is that what you're talking about? Playing with scissors? That maybe the system that made them has to explicitly drop them, not make it time-based. So we'd have to, every time we add a debug tile set, we'd have to also put in the code to decide when to remove them. So it's twice the work. Okay, so next, how much do I time? I have 35 minutes to try to do these. Storing the debug tiles from AgriSearch. We can do that. So right now it's done mostly in Lua, right? So I need a Lua wrapper to a C function which calls it. So I just need to have a wrapper for the debug tiles thing. Yeah, something new that deletes the old items. Yeah, so we're favoring the explicit approach. Got it. I sort of do too. It's just that if I forget to explicitly delete an old debug tile, actually I'll know because when we list it in the front end, I'll see it and I'll be like, what are these old debug tiles it's doing? Oh, I guess we didn't delete them correctly. Okay, so we're gonna need to do this from Lua, so I need a Lua wrapper. So let's go to this one? Yeah, the instrumented stuff. Where's the test where here's one. Scripted, right. So I'm gonna copy that test. I'm gonna copy and paste it down here. And this will be store debug tiles. This is store debug tiles unscripted. And this is store debug tiles scripted. So the same kind of thing, but in Lua. So I don't have this set up anymore. What do I have? We'll want to set that up in Lua and call that, but we'll expect the same result, right? So let's have the same expect at the end. there. Okay, and we won't have debug tiles, so let me just be explicit there. That is this. There. And fix the indentation. Shoot. How to do this? I don't really like that. I was really anal about it. I just do it this way. And then these have to match. That's maybe for the best, right? Although it's a lot of white space, but it does make the matching easier to do. So these are the tile sets. That's the collection of, these are the tiles. This is the collection of tiles. This is the collection of tiles with the version number. And this is the entire set of collections with their keys. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so ultimately I don't need an arrange, do I? I can drop all this stuff and just have an act. Yeah. This should actually be part of the assert. So, I think I just want to call it with some hard-coded stuff. So, I'll just do it. And I'm going to try to do this with a new style stuff I was doing, just to be pretty. It was R... that? Or is it like that? I think it was like that, right? And then I can drop all of these, go to the end and drop all of that, restore that last one, and then indent, and then put the end marker, like that. So anyone reading this familiar with Markdown syntax would recognize that, oh, okay, this part's in Lua. And then the Lua will be just game. We want to use the new style lowercase snake, right? So store debug tiles. Like that. So it's going to be a key foobar, and then it's going to be a table or a list, right? Just like that. And then the list is going to have tables in it. Let's just keep it simple. We'll have like X. What was the coordinates? Let's drop all this junk. 2y equals -4. Label is foo. And then 3, 5, and bar. Okay, there we go. That's the test. It's gonna fail now, because that function doesn't exist. And then maybe while I'm at it, let me update the other test that I did a moment ago. What was that? Test and this one. We're gonna expect that to be something we can instrument. You gotta get a new fan. Getting really hot. Is it that sun again? Is it that sun making it too hot for you? Doesn't exist? Doesn't? I just said doesn't. I didn't write it. At least I didn't write it. Doesn't exist. It's just my tongue slipping up again. That same sun? Sun. Stop making it hot for playing with scissors. Oh, that's wacky. You see what that did? It shifted it up a line. Weird. Okay, anyway. It gets an error because that doesn't exist yet. So let's go make it exist. This will be like where we see the word game from the bottom. There we go. So here we go. It's just this, adding a new function available from Lua called store debug tiles. inside of impl. So that doesn't exist yet. Let's go where this is declared and we'll add it. Store debug tiles. Go to where that's implemented and then copy that, get the name, paste it there. So this should build and link and run, and it doesn't because it didn't return anything. So that should return nothing. Just want to make sure it runs without an error, so that it can be called from Lua, it just doesn't actually do anything. Okay, good. So it didn't get an error, but the debug tiles didn't make it through. So now we got to make it through. So it's mostly going to be collecting this information off of Lua and converting it to C++, right? And then there's the store debug tiles doesn't have an internal equivalent, does it? There's an external one there. Really, what I should do is have an internal one that does that. So let me take this declaration and copy it to the internal header file too. And are we going to say that it's part of the rendering system? Just publish. I mean, I guess so. So it would go here. And then the implementation, we're copying some of it to roughly to where that is. So like this, and I'll just drop the lock and then drop the impl off of here. And then go to the original one, just have the original one call the inner one after getting the lock. So impl store key debug tiles. And that's that. Supposed to rain all day tomorrow? It was raining for us yesterday and a little bit this morning. I thought it would continue raining, but the sun is coming out here too. It was actually really cold last night. The first time this year we had to turn on the heater. Well, this season, I guess. Since I think the last time we turned on our house heater was like March. So it's starting to get cold again here. Okay, still haven't broken it. This is good. So in the Lua wrapper is going to call the C internal version. How come I'm not finding it? Just go to that, right? Oh, because I put it in rendering? Wait. Why did I put it there? Oh, because I could. That's why. All right, so that should call that. Got it. You had your heat on for a while now? Oh, every place is different. Southern California, where I live, if you're near the coast, you don't really need AC, but you need a heater in the winter. It gets down to, what is it? I don't know what it is in Celsius, but in Fahrenheit, it would be like low 60s, even lower, 50s and 60s. And you know we're not accustomed to extreme temperature. We're pretty wimpy. So if it gets below 67, 66 Fahrenheit, then Mrs. Reimu complains, and she's like, "Damn it, let's turn on the heater." Yeah. So if we grew up in Massachusetts, 66 would be probably pretty warm for us, right? But yeah, that's the threshold of discomfort for us is 66 Fahrenheit, whatever that is. Let's do some quick math. 66 F and C. So yeah, let's say below 19 Celsius, we Southern Californians who are wimpy, we start to call that cold. We turn on our heaters. All right. So this has got to interpret two things, right? A string. So Lua check string. I've done this before. Why am I trying to do it from scratch? Lua check string. Is it Lua L? Yeah, it's Lua L. Yeah, so something like that. So, and this is a key. And then 3 needs to be a table. So there was a way to check table, right? Can I just type it here? Lua check table? No. But I think the way I did it was Lua T table, right? Maybe? Lua get type? Type? I did this, oh, here we go. I could have sworn I did this somewhere else. Or is it is table? Yeah, there we go. I must have called it Lua is table. Yes. So if it's not a table, actually, let me look this up. What I wanted to do is just expect a table. So I'm surprised there's no Lua check table. No check table. Let's check everything else. Is it Lua L check? Aha. We can do check type. Lua L check type. Let's see if I've called this before. I have. I did it for functions and that's it. All right. Lua -3. Actually, it's not -3. It's positive. +3. Lua T table. There we go. Hey there. Hello. 18 Celsius. Yeah, well, Southern Californians are wimps as far as the cold. Although we can take the heat better, I think, than some other people. Yeah, for us it'd be like chilly. Oh, I'd end up wearing a like a fleece sweater or something. Okay. I have to now interpret this table. We're going to end up calling store debug tables the other version, right? Which IntelliSense won't help me with. Why not? Here it is. There's a key and then there's a debug tiles. Debug tiles. So we need a debug tiles formed from this table, and that table will be an array. So I can do the trick I was doing for iterating through a table, right? It was a get I. Is that what I did? What was it? Was it raw get? No, maybe it was in Moonclock I did this. I think this is what it was. Raw len and then raw. I think get I is not a raw get. That's the problem. I don't think I care though. Get I. It may trigger a meta. You know, I don't care if it triggers a meta method. So, but I want the same kind of thing. I'm going to get the number of entries. Num tiles. And from table 3. And we're going to loop through them. Yeah, it's a size T. And for every tile, we expect another table, right? So Lua L. Actually, we have to get it, right? Get I. Get I. Lua. Then the index is 3 again, and the integer is Lua integer I. That pushes it onto the stack. So then we do a Lua L check type Lua -1 Lua T table. Technically, I don't need to do that, I guess. Because it doesn't need to be a table. It just needs to be something that has a length and can be indexed. But it's okay. Anything greater than 25 Celsius or 77 Fahrenheit is rather uncomfortable. Yeah, so for me, it has to get up to like, what did I say, 80 Fahrenheit or 27 C? And it's not rather uncomfortable, it's just a little bit uncomfortable. I would say for me, rather uncomfortable would be when it gets to 85, 90 Fahrenheit. Then it's like you start to sweat. Okay. The inner table should have an X, Y, and a Z, right? So Lua get field -1x, and then that's a Lua 2. Do we want to do a check? Check integer? And then assign that. Actually, we're going to have a tile at this level, right? Debug tile. So the debug tile dot. Oh, wait a minute. We also need a position. So position. So the positions x equals that. Just need to make sure the types are the same. That should be an int, and that is a Lua integer. So technically we need a cast. And then we can pop that one. And then do the same thing for y and label. Label is a string. Check string. And that goes into debug tile dot label. And we can assign that directly because a C string is directly storable or upgradable or castable or however you want to call it to a C++ string. And then we're done with this. So then we would take debug tiles dot push. Oh, wait a minute. It's indexed by position, right? Position equals standard move debug tile. There we go. And then how come this doesn't work? What's the error here? I don't see the error. Let's just build it and see. What is the error? Left of get must... Okay, so there's no get. I copy that from somewhere else, I guess. And then what now? Illegal called a non-static member. Oh, right, because we have self. So it's self arrow that. There we go. Because Lua functions are free functions. So in order to recover our own implementation, we require the first argument to be a user data wrapper onto our own instance so that we can get back to it. So there we go. Let's see if it worked. Nope. It gave me an error. Okay, I guess it would be nice to see what the error is. So how do I print that? I guess I can just go to here and just see in the debugger and then look at that act result. What did it return for the string message? It says expression line 2 bad argument -2 to store debug tiles table expected got nil. Table expected got nil. For again, it told me -2. So one of these is expecting a table and got nil. I guess I could put breakpoints on here and see if where it gets stuck. Nope, got past that one. And that's where it got stuck. So what's happening here? Does raw length push something maybe? It does not. That will though. Oh wait, hold on. What am I doing here? Oh, I didn't pop off the table when I'm done, but that shouldn't have... Oh, that would be a problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, that would be a problem. This gets the table, so that's -1 now. Actually, that should have worked. And then we would get a field from that table. And then now the field is the top of the stack, so we check it for integer. So we pop that off, so now -1 is back to being the table. So all this matches. It's just that I forgot to pop, so I should just pop 2 off there. Pop the label and the table itself. But that's still not the problem. because that should have worked. Because that inner one is a table right here. That's a table. So what's going on? It thought it was nil. Maybe I'm not understand. No, check type's right, isn't it? Get I from 3. The it's 0. That's what's the problem. It should be I plus 1. Cause Lua arrays start at 1, not 0. That did it. Try again. Hey, it works now. Yay. Okay. Cool. So that is part 3 done. So all I have left... Hold on, where was I? Oh, not all of part 3. That was the mechanism to do part 3. I had to do the script side of that now. So... it would make sense to actually build the latest code in the server and run that in the test environment so that when I work on the scripts, it actually does work in the real server. It's just that we won't get... we're not subscribing to the list, so we won't see it. Actually, I could do that. I could do the subscription too. Then we would see it on the WebSocket. And then that would pave the way for the last step, which would be to actually display it. I think I'll do it in 2 steps. I'll just hard code the key at first to just show us George's aggro search range. And then after that, I'll add like a capability of listing what are the debug tile sets and then subscribing to individual ones and stuff like that. I got 10 minutes to do this. I think I can wrap this up as far as getting the debug information in there, just not displaying it in the graphics. And we'll do the graphics tomorrow, maybe? Okay. How long are you going to take to build, silly program? Why are you rebuilding all that stuff? Probably because I changed components.hpp and that header gets included by everything. Do you know what that means? It's probably a good time to stretch. I know, it's kind of boring to look at a compiler. What can I do while I am waiting for the compiling to finish? I guess I could start the work on the front end while that's going. So the front end work, excuse me. Close all that. Oh, I could check into Git. That would be smart. Okay, yes, 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 and yes. So this is expose, basically store debug tile. So components, impl, too many colons. Store debug tiles to Lua scripts. That's what I did. Push that, and are we done? We are done. Look at that. It's called parallel work. So we're going to stop the server, update, and then reserve. And now the capability is in there to both collect and report the debug information. So I'll do the subscription thing first, and then I'll put in the actual code to actually store the data, and then we should see it in the debug of the front end. So here's the front end again. I should show the debug view of it. Okay, let's go to the front end. I'm gonna go just hack it in right now. So under source, no, player console, source, middleware. I think it's stage, where we have the camera stuff. Maybe it was admin. Where do we actually create the camera? Create camera components. Here we go. Right, create a position and a camera, so I can just hack it in right here. So server client and then the subscription was what? That was under key names, right? DT. DT is an array is like this, right? So it would be let's just call it George. That'll be the key for George's aggro for now, hard coded, right? So now that's in there. And so rendering system should actually be scanning now to see if there is any debug tiles for George, but it probably won't be telling us anything. Yeah, so it's not, because we're not storing anything. But I should be able to see in here, the camera should have, yeah, here it is. So we can see that here. DT is the list containing George in it. Nice. All right. So that being hacked in, we need to go to the automation to make sure that it's synchronizing our scripts. Thanks for the follow. So now that this is running, whenever I change the Lua scripts, it's going to update the game like immediately. So we can go to the scripts and actually store the information whenever George his aggro map changes. So let's go find that. That was Realm server source ECS scripts NPC aggression, I think this is it. Maybe this isn't it. Oh, aggro search, here it is. So it's aggro search. Where is that? That is in path. Okay. I want to be careful and only do it for George. So maybe I hack it in here too, because aggro search is called from here as well, right? Right, this is for all the slimes. So we don't want to show the slimes aggro area for George. We want to do it only for George. So maybe I can just hard code the entity number for now. Yeah, sure, we can do that. So we have, it's not shown here, but I can add it. Local NPC entity is context NPC entity, because that should have been stored from the AI script. NPC entity, yeah. Well, okay, it's actually stored even higher up right here. So NPC entity is available in the context, and I can just say if that's George. So we know George is entity number 3330. So I can say, once we found all these reachable places, and we're going to iterate them, right? So we're going to say if NPC entity equals 3330, then let me think about this. How much more expensive is it going to be to make a table even if we don't use it? I probably don't care about too much. So we can just always make it local debug tiles, right? And then here we're going to just add it to it. I need to know the cost. We have the position, so debug tiles +1, length of it +1, so we're adding in another one. It'll be x equals place.position x. That's this, right? Yeah, okay, and then y equals place position y, and I just need to get the label, and I'm not sure what that was. Let me look it up. What I wanted to get is the cost number. And that's cost. There we go. So it'll be an integer. So I need to turn that into a string. So toString place.cost. There we go. So that makes the table. And so we can say if it's entity 3330, then game. And then this should wrap it up, right? This, I want it to call store debug tiles. And it'll be George. And it'll be debug tiles. And then hit save there, and that should immediately cause this to update. There are no errors. Am I getting anything back, though? I need to scroll to the bottom. Oh, look at that. I mean, I'm getting aggro tables. So there we go. Can everyone read that? Probably not. So here are from George's aggro area, showing all the places that he's searching for enemies. And the labels are the cost or the distance in squares. So the objective for tomorrow would be to actually take this list and paint tiles like, maybe like, I don't know, an overlay of different colored tiles based off of the distance. And these we use these coordinates in combination with the camera's origin to figure out where on the screen to draw them. And then I guess we'd have to decide how often to do that, because it could be really expensive. Maybe we'd only do it every second or every other second, or maybe I have to actually press a button to see it or something. But yeah, that raw information is being sent, and it's about 1 kilobyte every other, so twice a second. Right, that makes sense. He's changing his aggro range twice a second, so we're getting a new message twice a second about it. So what would be interesting is, what if I lock George in a small little room that he can't get out of? The number of tiles should be reduced, right? Let's test it. Let's make a little jail for George. I'm gonna make a little George jail here. Let's make it actually lava, because we don't really, we want to see if George can withstand lava. Okay, George, ready? Into the lava you go. And now we should be getting back much smaller maps with just 3 things in it. There we go. Only 2. Oh, right, because his current position isn't going to be in that list ever. You finally found the problem? I thought you found it earlier. It was in your pop front method. Oh, well, congratulations, Merdium. So it wasn't in your main after all, it was in pop front. For story, why is... Oh, wait a minute, I missed some other comments. You said it could be a scan utility for a spell George has. For story, why is it manual? I'm not sure what you meant by for story, why is it manual, but the whole thing I'm working on right now is to get the list of places George is scanning for monsters. So he's basically he's doing a search near his position to see what tiles he can reach within a certain number of steps. And I think I have it set to 10 or something. So if we move him out, he's now scanning up to 10 tiles away. And so we'll see anywhere from 1 to 10 for that label. So 10 is the furthest away tiles that he's looking for enemies in. So, but I can reuse this debug tiles for anything. It could be like you say, if there's a spell about to be cast, we can show the areas in the game that the spell will reach using the same technique. So you see, like, every time, because he's going to search up to 10 squares away, you can imagine we would see illuminated squares that go all the way out to here, maybe. So that if I place a slime there, that's why he goes and goes attacks it, because it's within his search area now. It actually was a pointer problem, so you delete the... yep. I mean, that's what it sounded like. But yeah, you can think of George as casting a spell twice a second, which is called locate enemies. It's not really a spell. Role-playing wise, you can think of it, he's just using his eyeballs. But he happens to be able to see around corners. So maybe it is a spell. Maybe he's casting detect enemies twice a second. And that list we're getting back is the output of that spell. Cool. So what I need to work on tomorrow is to take this information that we're getting back about George's subscription and actually plot it on the screen. And then I want to get to where I can record debug maps for other things like these slimes. And like, if I wanted to, I could click on one of them and say, show me his aggro range. He can smell them. There we go. That's sounds better to me. Thank you for the follow, by the way. just within his range there, and he went and struck it with his hammer. I guess he has a hammer. Okay, cool. I'm glad that I got that far. Let me test one more thing. If I manually erase the subscription from the camera, I should stop hearing about it, right? Oops, I just put lava on the ground. George doesn't mind. In fact, he seems to like the lava. Go pick George. No, pick my camera, right? And I'm going to remove my subscription like that. So then I should no longer be getting these messages. And sure enough, I'm not getting them anymore. I can see by this size here, we're not getting those 1,108 character long maps. So that worked. Let me add it back to make sure that it actually works the way I think. So add back a DT with George in it. Actually, let's do George X, add, submit. I should not be getting anything, right? Now edit it to remove the X, submit, and we're back to receiving it again. So it's all working. Cool. Awesome. And it actually lines up with time because I gotta go. So tomorrow, like I said before, I'm going to work on taking that information we get from the WebSocket and plotting it on the screen, and then getting a list of all the available things we could plot. And then we will finally realize the dream of showing path information. We can actually use that to demonstrate how the pathfinding algorithm works in the future. So yeah, let me just wrap up the stream here. And I just realized that that current task has been stale. No one told me update current task. Here, we'll update it. Making lots of money. There we go. No, or say wrapping up the stream. Yeah, you too, playing with scissors, and see you later. Hello. So what I like to do at the end of the stream is to raid someone, and I'm not sure who I want to raid today. How about Alt F4 stream? So I'm in a team now on Twitch called Live Coders. So there's actually a shortcut, livecoders.dev, and that'll actually give you a list of the people streaming in my stream team. So I'm on that list. So is Lana Lux, Robert Tables, Lucky No Slevin, and oh, wait a minute. I'm getting confused. I was going to say Alt F4 stream is in Live Coders. He's not, but I think that he is because he's sort of in the same group of coders. We should try to convince him to join the Live Coders team, actually. But yeah, if the Alt F4 stream who I'm about to raid is not something you enjoy, I also recommend anyone on that Live Coders dev list is good too. So Alt F4 stream is a stream with 3 different streamers. So there's either coding or just talking, and there's other stuff too. I only really watch. I've only managed to catch streams with 2 out of the 3 people on that group. Right now, it's Black Glasses, and he's a coder, and he's doing some Docker stuff. So that's interesting. I need to get more into that Docker stuff, so we're gonna go raid him. The Alt F4 stream. Here we go. So I should be back tomorrow. I think it is 1900 hours UTC. Because I'm at UTC -8 and I start at 1100 hours my time. So I hope to see you then. Until then, I hope everybody has a great rest of your day, and thank you for watching. Bye.